Marty?
To impact investment sector, ensuring that risks are well understood and properly managed. And there are several long list of highlights here, and I'll probably won't go through all of them, but implementation of our risk management framework for impact investment, developing software for implementing knowledge-based credit risk management. But I'll allow Christopher to actually go over these. There's quite a few. So without further ado, let's get into our discussion here.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, Chris, it's a great pleasure to have you here, and I'm extremely excited about this topic about fintech and social impact. But maybe just to
extremely tempting, yeah, because you have quick access to money that otherwise you wouldn't have, and all you do is give a little access to your phone data. But then people realize that actually you give much more access. You basically make these nano lenders again, being Kenya, they had the rights.
Yeah, I think we have an extra mic here. Just put that camera.
a quick note into the system, say, saw the restaurant is full, not much more. If I see this 5-6 times, and then at some stage, the relationship manager of that restaurant picks up all the news and says, hey, actually, everybody has had good experience, that's positive.
Yes.
Or I go to a car dealer who had an issue with a supplier. Now I can go in the system and check who else is working with the supplier. I can give them a call and can tell them, look, your supplier might have an issue. Let me help you finding another one.
So it's like KYC on steroids.
Yeah, this is
It
really,
goes beyond traditional
helping,
KYC.
advisor. This is what the core idea of a financial service provider is.
Right.
Whereas in the last decades, of course, every relationship manager just became a salesperson with sales target of certain financial products. That went missing. And that's where fintech had a great opportunity, because they could do what the banks are doing much better. Whereas the banks don't do what they're actually supposed to do.
So there's opportunity for symbiotic relationship, right, between traditional banks and fintechs, to fill that gap. So why the animosity?
Absolutely no, and I see that coming. I see that certainly coming. That the banks need to get more agile. The banks need to have their systems in place so that they can dock onto fintech providers. The technology of fintech is not necessarily super complicated. Building up a marketplace is possible. It's the question of getting the clients that use that. It's similar to the social network. I mean, building up a social network that you learned it in a simple programming class. But from that point to become Facebook is a whole different story. That's not just technology.
Right.
And that's where the bank's financial relationships are of interest for the fintechs. Yeah. So combining, working, collaborating to say that, yes, if I like to have a trade finance business, I go to the fintech product because it's easy, it's fast, it's quick. But if I need to finance a new warehouse, I need the financial advisor to tell me what is the amount of money I can take, considering that maybe I'm an entrepreneur who is 50 years old, who likes to retire in 10 years. What do I need to consider? Or that's not what a bot or an algorithm can provide. That's where you need to have some experience.
Okay, so I just want to make sure like we don't go off topic, like no, in a sense of like because we're talking about fintech and social impact. So I'm kind of curious for some of the audience who might be somewhere in Africa that they are more interested in as like community organizers or working for a nonprofit. How do you think fintech entrepreneurs and the community organizers, they can work and collaborate effectively in order to be able to serve their clients? Like, do you see some areas like where that collaboration could actually really help in terms of delivering value to the community in general?
Absolutely. So, so specifically when it comes to, say, for example, payment services, it's not necessary that the relationship manager runs around with bundles of cash. That could be done on an electronic payment system. That could be done by dispersing the loan via mobile money. That could be possible. There are some technical issues that need to be solved, but while you combine the presence of that community program, that community, that NGO that works with the community, understands the community, helps where problems arise, while relying on technology. I mean, they already probably organize the meeting on WhatsApp. Why not helping them with further technology and also providing payment services?
Exactly, on the same platform.
Or then tracking the performance on a platform.
Right.
Why? That's where I think things will migrate together. I think we in the US have seen that there's a lot of benefits of local business. Of course, we all appreciate Amazon that delivers at any time and anything. But if you have a local business and you spend $1 locally, 60, 70 cents of that dollar stay in the local community.
Exactly.
So,
and to your point.
And if you combine that with an efficient payment services that you don't have to handle all the cash, there's no risk that the cash lays around, then you've achieved something that is not there yet. Whether this is the ultimate thing, but it's something that can be pragmatically implemented right away.
Okay. Because that's great. Because I mean, most, for community organizers, not most of them like really understand this financial sector pretty well. But I just feel like
you get tempted. You get tempted. Same with the nano loans. You see something new, and suddenly you think this is the new world. Now it's just one product that has its peak and then goes back to normal, because you've saw it in Kenya already as well. There were 2 or 3 strong nano loan providers, and suddenly 10, 15 others came up. And you migrate from one to the other until you've really successfully achieved to be blacklisted by all of them. So there's a wave. And you see that all over in financial services in the developed world as well as in developing countries. Something new comes up and everybody thinks that revolutionizes. Then you wait 5 years and it finds its place.
Normalizes,
It
right?
normalizes, it finds its place. There's something useful. It finds its role in there.
And could you basically differentiate for our audience nano loan versus micro loan?
I think it's basically driven by the amount, yeah.
The amount,
by the
right,
amount that
right.
you basically have.
So it's the same service, but it's just the amount.
It's the amount. It's indeed that there are limited checks on your use of the money.
Okay. Okay.
Whereas because you simply apply for that online.
Mm-hmm.
This is, for example, a reason that we saw also in Kulana when we looked deeper into things about rating and scoring mechanisms. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And we realized that rating and scoring mechanisms for nano loans or for online products might be useful.
Mm-hmm.
For in-person banks, a rating scoring mechanism might not be as useful.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you are a relationship manager,
mm-hmm.
you have the subjective initial selection criteria. Somebody who comes across, let's put an extreme, drunk or dirty or whatever, you don't service this person. But that person could easily apply online. So you have a natural vetting mechanism in your in-person banking, because you also rely on neighbors' comments, or you rely on word of mouth or recommendation. A good client will not recommend a crook to you, because of their own reputation.
Online, depending on the community then, right?
Yes, correct. That's beneficial.
Right.
Again, community works together, they collaborate, they have a certain level of trust. That's how they grow. Online, that's not the case. So that's where rating, scoring, data analysis becomes more relevant, even though, again, in the nano case, if their mechanisms would be better, they wouldn't have to charge 20% a month.
Mm-hmm. True.
Very true. And then another thing, which this is just kind of an interesting topic, because with the financial, like the fintech industry in general, like with AI, machine learning, and everything else that helps to improve the process. And I'm thinking, for developing countries, for example, like how can we make sure, like from a social perspective, that we're making the process very seamless, but at the same time, we are not replacing individuals that it's going to make a community, not self-sufficient. So like, how do we, I guess maybe control that narrative that we're not bringing.
Yeah, it's a little bit of the risk of a gentrification, and and reducing all to the same thing, that everybody eats the same fast food, everybody buys the same products. Which might not be useful. And there's the same thing talking about Africa and my experience of working with small and medium-sized companies in Africa. I think where one of the key aspects that every African country, every developing country in general in the world needs to focus on is value addition.
Correct.
Yeah. So build a company that doesn't just export peppers, build a company that exports chili sauce. That though means that you need to find ways of skills to start building, having somebody who has a machine who can extract out of the chili sauce, make it tasty.
It's a whole ecosystem.
It's a whole ecosystem. That is not done based on algorithm, on AI. That's again built on education, on trying, on testing, on working together, on bringing people together. Maybe finding somebody in another region who has done that, maybe finding somebody in another country who has done that, to bring that knowledge together. That is what is more useful, because then you really create employment.
Yes.
Then you really create an economy that, if you just export peppers, you're competing against every other country that exports peppers.
Right.
If you export the best chili sauce that comes out of East Africa, then you have a brand.
Yeah.
And that's something that, well, you have it. Again, side comment. Yes, of course, you have achieved certain brands. Yes, Rwandan coffee or Rwandan tea is famous, or certain Kenyan coffee or Ethiopian coffee is famous, but that's not the point. The point is to get something that's more value added, because that creates employment and gets more money in. And this is not necessarily done based on algorithms or AI. It's done based on entrepreneurship and support for entrepreneurship. That, of course, certain things can be facilitated. Of course, if you have a regular problem, if you need to rebook your flight or your bus ticket, of course, AI can help you. Yeah? Of course, these things are useful. I'm not against them. I'm just saying that that it will not solve, it will facilitate certain existing processes, but it will not solve your overall quest for getting more employment into the region.
Okay, that's a great point. And I just have to ask this question, but so with when you talk about trading and everything else, sometimes with currency, that's if you're working with someone in the States and people in Africa, I'm just kind of curious, like with the crypto space, how can we? I guess can you a little bit expand on this, like how it's going to be able to kind of navigate that ecosystem and making sure, like the payment system is,
payment systems, and again, I'm not the full expert on that, and I know that there are people in the audience who will probably contradict what I'm saying. Anyway, for me, the prime purpose of the prime criteria of a currency is it needs to bring. I need to be able to just have something that's extremely reliable.
And crypto is definitely not boring.
It needs to be boring, and it has a purpose. It has a purpose for me to help on a transfer of payment. If I have a government crypto or cryptocurrency that is linked to a real currency or a basket of real currencies, but it gives me all the benefits of the technology, I'm for that. But if my personal wealth on exporting chili sauce depends on whether Elon Musk makes a tweet on blockchain, then I'm not having then that's contradictory. That's not helping me. That's why I say it needs to be stable. It needs to be reliable. That's why I say
then
boring.
we have stable coins. Aren't those reliable?
That's where we're getting there to say yes. I mean, again, as long as, for example, the whole ecosystem, the whole social system of a country relies on a domestic currency, and rightly so, because the domestic government runs financial services, runs the healthcare system, runs the education system. A teacher's salary, again, should not depend. The value of a teacher's salary should not depend whether Elon Musk makes a tweet. It should be so reliable that the teacher knows if I do my work, if I get my salary, I can afford that my kids can go to the doctor, can get their treatments, I can buy food, and so on. So therefore, it needs to be stable because it's within the system. If then you come to the point of, yes, we are exporting, we'd like to make sure that the money gets sent over and gets sent over cheaply, then yes, anything that helps, any technology that helps, is just adding nicely to competition. It makes other things cheaper. And I just realized myself that if I have to make a payment on Western Union or on anything, it's much cheaper than it was 10 years ago. If this is thanks to the existence of crypto, hallelujah, mission accomplished.
Right. So, on the same thread, I know that you come from a banking background, right? So is that the reason for the, should I say, animosity against blockchain and this emerging technology and the direction that we're going?
I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. I mean, at some stage, I saw myself always as a little bit person who also puts things in question, and then at some stage in your life, you realize you move from the side of being the young person who questions to the experienced person who says, well, that's not that easy. I don't know when that happened in my life, but at some stage happened. Whereby I'm certainly open to those ideas. I just like to make sure that the concerns that I'm raising are either wrong, and therefore
I just wanted some clarification there.
But look, there are questions that you need to control, and this goes beyond the discussion of impact and blockchain. But if one value of a currency is that the government can actually make the supply tighter to keep inflation low, how can you do that with crypto? If there's a way, if you can explain me a way to do that, then I'm happy to have that question answered and move on to the next question.
Yes.
I'll leave that up to
I'm glad we touched on that, because I just had a few folks that wanted to make sure, like, we do.
You always need enthusiasts. You always need enthusiasts to change the world. Yes, of course. The critical person would have never stepped on a ship and sailed across the Atlantic Ocean to find Haiti or Dominican Republic, whatever he found. But yes. But
So do you have many more questions to go? Because I think they're asking us to wrap it up.
Okay.
Now.
I guess one of the last thing is, I wanted to ask is, the policymakers, because a lot of times, like, you have, entrepreneurs that they want to, work in developing countries, and sometimes they say, like, the bureaucracy and navigating the policies that could
make things a lot more challenging. So I just wonder, like, in your line of work and your experience, like, what do you think are some of the things that, leaders in Africa that they need to be considering, like, to make sure that, entrepreneurs and other fintech, people, that they can come and make this investment and make sure that the society gets the benefit?
No, look, I mean, I'm not sure. Let me not answer this by politics, but let's talk again about the banks. I know that it's extremely difficult for a financial entrepreneur to get a loan from a bank because they require collateral. They require collateral 100, 150% of the loan amount. And then you have on the other side international investors who like to help there. So maybe the solution is not to build up a parallel system to the banks, but rather work with the banks and see how we can work on lowering the standards, on making sure that there's more cash flow based lending as instead of collateral based lending.
Right, exactly.
And get those things step by step.
That's a sea change. It will take
Right.
time.
I'm just more of a friend of a collaborative solution than a solution that just neglects the system. And another example is, look, education. A failing education system cannot be replaced by just sending all the lectures via internet from Silicon Valley to the countries, because you're neglecting the value of a teacher as a person who forms
the local
character,
context,
who forms the character of a student. I mean,
correct.
I don't recall what I learned in biology when I was in seventh grade, but I remember very well the conversations I had with a biology teacher about life.
Yes.
And that's not what streamed education delivers. So streamed education solves a lot of problems. Absolutely. Yeah. Gives access to material that was not available, because yes, when I went to school, I had one history book that told me what was right, and that was influenced by the fact that I was growing up in West Germany during Cold War. Sure. Now I have more access.
And I know that
navigating through this, you need a person.
Exactly. I agree. And I have one other question here. Hopefully I could squeeze that in. And that, on the whole fintech approach, it relies on data. And then in the African continent's context, data collection is not fully mature yet. So how do you deal with that challenge?
It takes time. I mean, it takes time. One thing that you should be careful is to, this has never worked in any of the things that I used so far, relying on other people's data. If you don't have data in your country in Africa, it doesn't make sense to purchase data from Kazakhstan and say, okay, this is how Kazakh borrowers behave.
Right.
That's not necessarily useful.
So again, the local context is very important. It's critical.
You need to have your investment decisions into technology such that you say, okay, let me make some promotion now. I'm buying Culano today because I know this will help me for the next 10 years to get better. I'm building the ground today to collect the data, to do something better, but I cannot be impatient. It has to take time.
I just think, I don't know if we have time to open questions to the audience online or here, but if anybody has a question, please feel free to ask, but otherwise we'll just
wrap it up and
move
on to the next.
Like to thank Christian for his time, and
currency stabilization.
There's one question.
How
Okay.
to address the regulatory framework and the currency stabilization. Well,
there you go.
That's going to take a while.
Okay. Let me,
do you want water?
The good thing is the question was to everyone, not to me.
I think it's to you.
No, it's just to everyone. Well, look, I mean, no, it's not that neither technology nor fintech nor anything helps solving that, because the currency fluctuation depends, of course, on multiple things. I mean, again, we said the cryptocurrency depends on expectation. The naira depends on the oil price. It's somehow.
So what about a oil-backed e-naira? Something like that. Because it's stabilized by a commodity. So
there are ways to solve things. I mean, there are needs to solve problems. You see in other countries, you see the Middle East, the country of Lebanon is suffering because they had a combination of COVID, that horrible accident in the port that destroyed half the city, as much as I recall, and a few other things.
So hopefully that addresses the question.
Combining,
yes, I agree. Yes.
It needs to have a collaboration. my approach to life is always if there's a problem that didn't find a solution in the last 20 years, maybe there is none. Maybe the question is wrong. Yeah?
That's very pessimistic. Maybe a different approach. Yes.
Maybe find a different approach and not rely on that as the solution.
As the solution.
Well, with that, Christian, thank you so much for your time. Hopefully, people that tune in got to learn a lot, because there was a lot of great information that was provided.
I wish we had more time, because there's so much
clearly.
deeper we could go with this.
Yeah, thank you very much, and hopefully everybody's gonna have a great day, night, or morning.
Thank you very much, and thanks again, Christian.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Bye. That's good.
Yeah.
Coming up here is a first panel discussion, moderated again by Edo. The topic is on public sector perspective on public-private partnership to aid the adoption and acceleration of emerging economy in Africa. So stay tuned, I'll be coming up here in about 6 minutes. And to our audience online, you're welcome to chime in. We have a question. You want to get on the camera and ask a question to our panelists or to our guest speakers, please feel free to interrupt. We'll read your comments, we'll read your questions, and we take all of those very seriously. Thank you for being with us here on this very wonderful day, showcasing and illuminating the Africa and the diaspora, showcasing our talents, creating opportunities and leveraging the resources that are out here in terms of technology to see how we can spur development on the continent. So thank you all for being here. This is streaming live on YouTube. You can share that link and get as many people as possible to join in on the discussions here. Valuable information from experts, specialists, and captains of the trade. So stay tuned. We get our next session going in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes. You.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was just standing there waiting. Like who and then, oh yeah, it's you. You asked, it's you. Thanks, Christian. That was awesome. Valuable information. A lot to digest stuff. Quite a bit.
cybersecurity as it relates to financial services. They can't leapfrog the United States because they're really in many ways on the cusp of heading into sort of the next level. The United States is all baked in. The shortcomings and flaws are baked in, and we don't want to change it. Africa has an opportunity for a massive competitive advantage, particularly for fintech.
Okay.
Massive. But that means the fintech community has to decide that, in fact, they want to do that, as opposed to, well, I'm going to follow this because JP Morgan did it. Well, just because JP Morgan did it doesn't mean it's useful. So we'll see.
Appropriate for Africa.
I'm sorry?
Or appropriate for Africa.
Exactly.
Hello.
Testing.
Testing, testing.
Testing. Yep.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Yeah, you're pretty set up there, Howard. All right. Edo, you ready? Let me know when you are, sir.
Let me just.
Yeah.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome back. And next we have another panel discussion. Again, we have Edo Wenda as the moderator. And the topic for this section is the public sector perspective on public-private partnerships to aid adoption and the acceleration of the emerging economy. And on our panel, the panelists, we have Jeremy Faber, PSC advisor, USAID and Prosper Africa. Welcome. Next, we have on our panel, Ken Morris, founder of and CEO of Connect IQ Inc. And again, you know, Edo. And you have me here. I'll jump in and keep this discussion lively. Thank you. Please go ahead, gentlemen.
Yeah. So Jeremy, I know we've got to talk a lot this couple of days, but just to make sure like the audience, they understand what Prosper Africa they're doing, do you mind kind of giving us a little bit intro on that, and we can expand it as the discussion goes.
Great. Yeah, no. Thank you so much for welcoming me today from Washington. My name is Jeremy Faber, Trade and Investment Advisor with Prosper Africa. Prosper Africa is a relatively new government initiative to substantially increase trade and investment between the US and the nations of Africa. You know, we're looking at this as a two-way partnership. This isn't just trade flows and investment flows from the US to the continent. It's also supporting African businesses and investment flows back this way as well. And fora like this are just great opportunities to speak with some incredible leaders. And I'm just really excited to be here and learn more about blockchain and fintech, which is definitely a priority sector for us in the US government, as we look to really drive economic relations between the continent and the US. So thank you again for having me.
Yeah.
Good morning or afternoon or evening, wherever you may happen to be. My name is Ken Morris, CEO and founder of Connect IQ. Delighted to be here as well. You know, as Jeremy noted, we have sort of this joint and combined interest in, you know, how do we improve, and this is one of the things that we do at Connect IQ as a private sector company, how can we improve opportunities for particularly fintech sector, but also blockchain, and really around the area of cybersecurity. And one of the things that we see as an opportunity, and we can talk more about it later, for enterprises on the continent of Africa is to really, in many ways, leapfrog from a cybersecurity standpoint, particularly in the fintech area, what is considered sort of standard practice today. We see Africa really as being primarily suited to actually get some of that work done. And it becomes an issue of really these public-private partnerships. I suspect we'll delve more into that in a bit.
So you mentioned something very interesting in terms of blockchain and security. Can you expand a little bit, because the previous discussion that we have is the access of information in Africa that seems to be problematic. So how can we start actually implementing those efforts when we know that data access is somewhat challenging?
I can certainly take that.
Yeah,
Please, I would welcome the expert to answer that question.
Africa, like a number of other nation states around the world, is primarily mobile.
Mhm.
So when we think about data, access to data, normally people will think about it as these vast broadband networks, whereas in a lot of places around the world, Africa certainly included, it's mobile devices.
Mhm.
And now the speeds, oftentimes that becomes the question. Are you 3G, 4G, or at least 4G or LTE? And we are seeing a move across the continent to move more toward 4G and LTE as a standard, with obviously some opportunities to get to 5G as well. What that's going to afford, frankly, are broadband speeds to get access to data. Now the question becomes less about an infrastructure question, and it becomes more about, are the tools in place for organizations to actually take advantage of the data that's out there. And so this is where we see a bit of the intersection between data security and data access. Typically, the challenge around data security, and this one that's faced here in the United States, it's faced by our government, it's faced by private enterprise. There are sort of fundamental principles around security that even the US has still not gotten its arms around yet. It's part of the reason that we see the number of breaches that actually occur. And when it comes to data and access to data, at the end of the day, it's always trust. Do I trust who is getting access to this information? Do I know their device? Do I know who they are? And when we look at what's considered standard practice today, in the US, unfortunately, when a device connects to another device, you have no idea who that other device is. And the proxies for identity and things that we use, such as certificates and the like, all that means is, and this is why as a white hat hacker, I can actually wreak havoc, because if I get the proxy for identity, your machine is going to let me in. It doesn't know any better. It has to wait till I'm inside and then do something anomalous. And at that point, they may or may not catch me. And so when we think about where Africa is today, the ability to take, and fintech, I think, is just prime for this, to build next generation secure operating environments that will allow them to offer a whole suite of services and collaborations that are just not possible today with today's conventional, and I'll call it blessed security architectures. So again, Africa, the title is Emergent Africa Forum. I see it just an unbelievable opportunity for data access, because if you know who you're talking to, you can trust them. It provides significant opportunity, whether or not you're using blockchain or you're doing standard financial transactions or whatever the case may be.
Excellent. Another thing which I'd like to add, because I mean, this is a conversation that has been going on in the past couple of days, is, especially when you talk about, Africa in general, it's just like, how do we address the connectivity issue, especially once you move away from the cities and then you go to rural areas where you want to deliver service, like whether it being like medical supplies or anything in particular. Like, how do we make sure, like, the connectivity issue is addressed in the way that we provide our services? Ken. Oh, Jeremy, like, please.
I mean, I think the answer is investment. I think the answer is a lot of partnerships across countries, across the continent. And, you know, without tooting my horn a little bit too much here, I would say that the United States government has an interest and, you know, a placement to be able to help with that, especially as we talk about helping U.S. companies enter markets. Our network of embassies, embassy deal teams, USAID missions, foreign commercial service operations are truly incredible as we start to mobilize them. Some of the networks we have in Washington are great in terms of financing or de-risking products. So we talk about how do projects put together? How are they advanced? You know, having the U.S. government as a partner in that can be incredibly catalytic to move these projects forward. And I would just say, you know, having lived there for 5 years, I saw from the start to the finish how much greater connectivity grew just over that short period of time. And I can only think that in the next, say, 10 to 20 years, it's going to be a different place. You won't recognize it from today. The connectivity will come. People want it, they crave it, and they will get it. And so I'm just excited to see what sorts of products are out there and see how we can help keep that moving in the right direction.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just one additional comment. Connectivity, we see that as infrastructure. And, you know, we've had the privilege to work with a gentleman who you might even know, Norman Anderson. He's considered one of the world's authorities on critical infrastructure, particularly at a national level. And his comments were when he and I were talking about this. He said, "Ken, for nations to move forward, there has to be some sort of digital connection or infrastructure in place. It doesn't matter if it's cellular, satellite, or sort of hardwired broadband that we typically see in a number of nations. But the question at the end of the day becomes, if you don't have that infrastructure in place that allows you to move data, and we would argue move it safely and securely, the ability for any organization or nation state or company, it doesn't matter, to really grow and flourish in that environment is going to be attenuated a bit. And so I'm delighted to hear that there are a lot of programs and things that are in place today to have those conversations about how do we do this. You know, there are also some private companies who are looking at putting satellites in orbit. I'm mindful of companies that I think it's Elon Musk that runs Starlink. So all of those, and we may fuss about speeds one way or the other, but to Jeremy's point, connection is coming. And so the question becomes, how do we help companies get on this bandwagon faster and really begin to drive this as an infrastructure question? Because if there's no infrastructure, the rest of it sort of doesn't happen.
Okay. So I'm part of this here, but I'm off camera, but hopefully, you know, won't be as disruptive. So I have a question, and it has to do with infrastructure. I agree, Ken, that it is absolutely critical. And, you know, several years ago, I was asked, you know, what does Africa need the most? You know, some people mentioned money or education. And my response was infrastructure. With the infrastructure in place, especially additional infrastructure, you know, that will enable so much more to happen. How then do you build, how do you build or inject security in that DNA of that new infrastructure?
Great question. I'll take just a couple of minutes to talk about how security broadly works today and some of the challenges that has with creating these trusted collaborations where everyone happens to be. So today, when you hear about data security, people will talk about encryption. Well, encryption is fine, it's just math. The question is, can I pretend to be somebody else or pretend to be another device? And typically today, this is what happens. You'll have device A, device B. This is going on in any infrastructure, whether it's mobile, cellular, and they'll communicate first. They have no idea who they are. And they will say, oh, I'm going to handshake. We're going to create a secure tunnel, which is what happens. They exchange encryption keys. Bad guy, I get in the middle. I get the identity proxy. It's called a CERT from some central authority. And all that means is whoever has that is the trusted partner. It doesn't mean you know who that device is. And so this is why I say Africa, I think, has an opportunity, because the rest of the world, by and large, operates this way. Most people in security don't like it, but they do it because it's considered a standard. So how do you fix that? Well, you have to put identity first. So do you know who that other device is? And there are technologies out there, we're not alone, that actually do that. And so once you know device A and device B actually know each other, you can create a trust relationship between the two. Now you know that any encrypted data moving between these two devices can only be encrypted or decrypted by the other device. There's no other place on the planet or the universe that can do that. It's a very different model than what happens today. And so when we look at infrastructure and security, if you can bake these principles in, and I'll give you sort of the two core, and these militate against standards today. The two cores are no credential or cryptographic secret should ever exist outside of its immediate function. If its immediate function is to encrypt or decrypt, that's it, and then it should be gone. The second rule or principle is this idea that when you're establishing identity for any device, and it might be a USB drive, doesn't matter, that identity cannot violate the first principle. Well, unfortunately, how we do business today, this is global in cybersecurity, is they both violate those principles. This is why there's not been a lot of progress, meaningful progress in stopping hacks. And so what we in the security industry say is, well, they're going to get in anyway, which is partially true. It's not nuanced enough conversation, because we know the data. 80% of all breaches happen because somebody had a valid credential. But guess what? We don't really do anything to stop that in industry today. We say multi-factor authentication. Well, if you have 5 minutes, I can give you 12 ways to break it. So
I don't think
you're exactly right.
Time to get into the whole technical. I know you're getting very technical. So Jeremy, so the U.S. government, anything specifically the U.S. government is doing in that regard, in building us security embedded in infrastructures moving forward, and learning from that, and the programs, for example, Prosper Africa, are there any specific incentives to have that done?
So I think first off, there's a recognition that, we just don't know enough about this. We are not strongly technical experts in this field. And so this is one of those cases where the private sector has to lead, and we have to be able to follow behind, recognizing the importance of it. I mean, how many things I come to where I hear this over and over again, the importance of cybersecurity, the potential that Africa has in this space, and our job is to support that. So we have a lot of programs. We support a virtual deal room, which is taking African startups, many of which are in the fintech space, and trying to connect them with US investors so that they can get that kind of seed funding, they can get that capital that they need to grow. And we're just going to continue to support that as one of our top priority sectors, ICT, and clearly security underneath that. But I love the technical discussion, so I'm perfectly happy to sit here and learn and bring back to my people all those things I've learned.
And before we go too deep into this, Edo, we actually have an additional panel member joining the panel, and it's Professor Kelly Kingsley, the author of Disruptive Technology, Blockchain, the Crystal Ball. And if you don't mind, please put yourself on camera and introduce yourself.
Professor Kelly?
Yeah, hello. Good morning. I hope you guys, you can get me clearly.
Absolutely.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. So the pleasure is mine to connect with you guys today. Unfortunately, I couldn't sit side by side with you guys for obvious reasons. The COVID pandemic has really not done us good. The US Embassy has still not opened the border, so I was not able to make it as planned. Yeah, but through this missive, however, we are together, and I think it's the new normal. We just need to get used to it. So I'm happy to join you guys. I'm looking forward to a very fruitful session and a fruitful exchange.
Yeah, and that's the book, Disruptive Technology, Blockchain. Do you mind at least give us like a really quick view of the book and topics that you've been able to cover for the
Okay.
audience? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. For the purposes of trying to get a good and better network, I've switched off the video just so that we ensure connectivity is stable. Maybe towards the end, I can switch it on. Disruptive technology. Let me start by trying to dissect the title. Disruptive because it is my belief that the new technology that we are faced with, the technological evolution, and the much spoken 5G, as we know today, is really going to change our lives. It's going to change the way business is done. It's going to change the way our services are being provided. It's going to change basically everything as far as our livelihood is concerned. So that's why I thought that the book should be disruptive technology. Now, this disruptive technology, as far as the digital finance world is concerned, is settled on the blockchain, which is, as we all know, the platform through which all of these, the virtual transactions or the financial transactions are going to take place. And now, a couple of years down the road, we were all very doubtful, very skeptical. We were all wondering if this cryptocurrency or this digital finance is going to actually have its place. And it is that contemplation that I have actually crafted as the crystal ball. Everybody's wondering what could be inside. And like the proverbial elephant, the person who touched the ear says it is as big as the ear. The person who touches the side says it's as big as a wall. Just to throw more light on what the crystal ball is like. Now, this disruptive technology, which has come with digital finance, is going to help to advance the financial inclusion that we're talking about, because the traditional finance, without moving from its evolution to what we have today, was quite restrictive and limitative in the sense that very few people had actual access to financial transactions. So advanced financial trust, inclusion, and simplicity through the blockchain is an educative account that discusses the breakthrough in technology that affects money, finance, and ultimately our economy. The crystal ball, as we have seen today, it would help to build and advance this financial trust in the sense that transactions will be done in real time, transactions will be done virtually. The barriers that we are expecting to have as far as some of the financial transactions are concerned will be uplifted. So the technological advancements have always been welcomed with stiff resistance. The comfort of everyday life keeps our minds inactive. Pushing the limit means thinking out of the box and stepping out of our comfort zones, which to many is a daunting task. As cumbersome and beneficial as this might be, it is the time to throw the crystal ball of evolution to understand how transactions in marketplaces can boost the economy with more secure, virtual, and efficient operations. And that is what this book is talking about. This book actually would unravel the mystery behind the evolution of money, what we have today and the future plans of money. It answers the question on cryptocurrency, its origin and evolution, artificial intelligence, blockchain technology platforms. It throws light on its uses and benefits to businesses, to firms, to government, and the private sector. Practical examples of its effectiveness in the present and future transactions are equally illustrated in our book.
Professor, in the interest of time, let's integrate, some of this in our discussion, as we continue. Thank you very much, Edo.
Yeah, I guess this is a question for Jeremy and Ken. Making sure that we're staying on the topic regarding private and public sector partnership. I was just curious from your thoughts. What do you think, some of the things that collectively we should think about in terms of private and public sector working together and effectively to make sure, the policies that are in place, they enhance innovation rather than killing innovation?
suppose I can start there. Partnerships are absolutely critical. Prior to joining Prosper Africa, I came from a Power Africa setting in Africa. And, in the energy sector, particularly, what you see is anything that doesn't have private-public partnership behind it will fall flat and will eventually not tend to work out very well. But when you have multiple governments coming together, creating an enabling environment that is conducive to not only the technology, but also the investment needed, then you're going to have a greater chance of success for those types of projects. I can only imagine as the infrastructure is built out around connectivity across the continent that it's going to take the same thing. And we've seen a couple of deals that haven't really gone through because the project sponsor wasn't securing the right government partnerships. And it's, the private sector is more than welcome to go it alone, and, clearly encourage that. The big companies in the world, the Googles and Facebooks and Teslas, can largely do whatever they want, and the governments will, bend over backwards to bring them to the continent. And the United States is not that much different, I don't think. But this for the smaller companies, particularly, building those partnerships, making sure that there's an understanding of what the laws and regulations are, and in some cases, working to get those changed to make the environment more conducive. I think that's what it's going to really take, is everybody working together, consistently coming together, having empathy, human empathy with each other, and realizing we are all people, and then trying to really push these things forward. I think that's where I'd like to land on that one.
Absolutely. Ken?
Yeah. Public-private partnerships, as noted by Jeremy, I think will be critical because this is infrastructure. And with all due respect to my colleagues in big tech, innovation in technology is by and large coming from what I like to call Main Street, wherever you live. These are smaller companies that may have what people call a niche, but it's something that could be groundbreaking. Systems where we can see improvements is systems, and I'll challenge my colleagues in government on this, my observation is they tend to be tuned more toward larger companies being engaged, even though I know that the effort is to try and get smaller innovation in place. This is true on both sides of the Atlantic, where governments help set the rules, create the culture, the environment. That is particularly true here. It's also true, I would argue, across the continent of Africa as well. Engagement in a sort of a new modality, I think, is probably necessary, which means that governments on both sides, as well as the private sector, be it large or small, is willing to look at what's the core objective here. Because at the end of the day, this is about, can we grow markets? Can we create more opportunity for people? I mean, this is about elevating prosperity. And what does that mean over time? But it's getting some sense of what the common objective is, agreeing on that, and then going forward and being willing. And I love the professor's title, being willing to be disruptive, even of the process. I was only in government a few months, but my observation there is people love process, and process is good. But if it's process for process sake, that doesn't drive the curve forward. And so the question is, what's the goal? What's the objective? If the goal is to unleash all of this talent that exists on the continent of Africa, then we have to do things differently and be willing to do so. And that's both governments there and governments here in the United States.
Yeah, I think you touched something very important, because the last discussion we have, there's always sometimes a notion like, take what works here and take it back, take it to Africa and then implement that. Why, what do you think that's actually a wrong approach? Because
well, the soil is different. And I don't mean physical soil. It's just when you think about culture, ways of engaging, it's just different. Here in the States, we like patterns. We see it in the VC community. Here's my pattern. If you don't fit the pattern, we're not going to deal with you. We see it in the private sector. We're going to create a set of rule structures and patterns because it's easy. There's not enough, there's no cognitive load to deal with that. But when you engage an area and people who have a sort of different set of soil, as I like to characterize it, that's increased cognitive dissonance. You got to manage that. And this is where people have to be willing to invest their own time and effort to do so. If we can get that cracked, and that whether or not that's on the private sector side or the government side, it's a willingness to say, oh, I understand that's different there. So how do we reach the goal in this soil and not have a fallback position that, well, it's too hard because this is how we think you have to do it. Well, it worked here, but it doesn't necessarily work there. And we see that company to company, they'll adopt the same tool and they get different outcomes. Soil's different. And it's just being willing to stay focused on what's the objective, what's the outcome, not so much the process.
Yeah, and Professor Kelly, I believe you're in government and you're on the continent right now in Cameroon. So you're a government official. What is your perspective from a regulatory and other perspectives when it comes to public-private partnerships, please? Kelly?
Yeah, I'm there. Thank you for the question. Actually, the challenge remains regulatory. Like I was saying, because of the fear of the unknown. Patterns have not been well established, so how do we embrace technology, for example? However, we are at the continent. We are conscious of the fact that it will be challenging for us to move ahead if we don't embrace the public-private partnership, simply because there is nothing that is basically reinvented. What we need on the continent has already been tested elsewhere. We may not have the expertise that is needed in certain areas or in certain domains, but this private partnership comes not only with the possibility of looking inwardly and focusing on our resource generation capacity internally, but also benefiting from the technical expertise and experience that comes with partners outward. So if you look at our strategic development plans, Sub-Saharan Africa, for example, is talking emergence at very varied wavelengths. Cameroon, for example, is looking at becoming an emerging economy by 2035. Nigeria is looking at 2025. Gabon is looking at 2040. Senegal is looking at 2030, I think. So the ambition is there. Now, with this ambition, can the public sector alone drive this transformation? I don't think so. Some countries are quite advanced. If we look at Senegal, in terms of technology, in terms of financial engineering, in terms of communication engineering, in terms of economic engineering in itself, they are quite a step ahead, and the transformations are gradually becoming visible. If we look at what ACON has done with the city that he's constructing, that is private initiative coming in to transform the whole country in a way. So it may be challenging, but what is important is the willingness. And so far, I think at the policy level, the willingness is there. It's just a gradual process to see now how we can contextualize some of the things that our fellow panelists was talking about, getting what is on the continent out there, but adapting and contextualizing it to the soil, if I may rephrase his words. Thank you.
I know we have question from the audience. I just want to make sure that people have an opportunity. Oh, no questions. Okay. Just want to make sure. Yeah, please do send your questions. We'll try to address them as we go, or maybe at the end of like towards the end. Howard, do you have a follow-up?
Sure. I was just allowing the Professor Kelly to give his perspective, and I understand that it's really necessary for both government and the private sector to agree in order for things to happen, and especially with infrastructure and projects that are not only long lasting, but have a very broad impact. And I'm not sure, especially from Prosper Africa, USAID, are there initiatives to actually help on both sides of the pond to facilitate that, to have these agreements put in place and make it easier for some of these initiatives?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the opinion, at least of Prosper Africa, that a lot of the solutions can and should come from the United States in these places, and that there are, as Ken said, tons of small companies out there that are super innovative, coming up with great new tools, and our job is to connect the dots. So, I think it's kind of interesting. I hear over here that we want to do things differently. We can reinvent the wheel because the soil's different. And then, Professor Kelly is saying, well, no, the solution is there. We just want to plug and play, right? So I think, part of our job is to really kind of bridge that gap between the really brilliant people who are designing and engineering these things and the folks who have to bring it online. I'm always curious to learn what our African countries, when they're issuing tenders, public tenders for, let's say, rural broadband. Here in this country, it's been a challenge to get rural broadband out. We've really had to rely on our rural, networks of distributors, power distributors, to really, their lobby has really gone in strong and really pushed hard for rural broadband, because the farmers themselves out in, flyover country in middle America don't necessarily have that power. And I think you're going to see the same thing. The impetus has to come from African governments to really drive this forward. The United States government isn't going to go into Cameroon and say, we need to build you some rural broadband, right? It has to come from them. We can build that partnership together and really make sure that the great firms in the US are aware of those opportunities, bring them to the table. And I know we've actually done so in Cameroon. One of our great successes with Sebastian, which is a US company, Terry Wanji, who we've worked closely with, built this partnership with Cisco for a cybersecurity project there in Cameroon. So I know it can be done. It's happened fairly recently. And we just want to be in that space to kind of, help everybody talk the same language.
So if I might give a specific use case in the finance area, we're currently working with a number of central banks in the Middle East who are looking to transform the security. They're not particularly happy with what the standard is. That's the SWIFT network. Everybody uses it, but these central banks understand the underlying problems. They also understand, because many of them have a sort of bank-to-bank relationship, then they have a bank-to-consumer or customer relationship. And so they're looking for what's the next step for them from a competitive standpoint. This is really interesting. So these central banks are talking about moving to a next generation security environment, which frankly militates against the standards that are in place. But these central banks understand that if they're going to sort of win this game, they have to do something different than the incumbents. And they understand the challenges that the incumbents have around data security. And so they are moving forward with setting new rules in place, new regulations that are principle focused, not process. And we need you to have these particular outcomes. They continue this, they will be one of the most secure financial infrastructures in the world.
Wow.
And so one of the things that I would challenge my family from Africa, my friends say I'm from north of the river in Nigeria, even though I haven't been to Nigeria yet, but I guess I'm a Fulani man, they tell me. So but with that being the case, there is a tremendous opportunity for the government to be involved, particularly the central bank, because they can help drive what that regulatory framework looks like in terms of what are the principles around data security, securing personal information, securing devices. All of that is within the power of the regulators in each of the countries in Africa. And that's, in my view, that's a choice. And obviously there's all kinds of interdependencies there, but it is a choice to decide, do we want to do that? And there are organizations in the private sector who are ready and willing to help should organizations like this decide to make the next step.
Right, right. And then for decisions to be made, from the government sector, education is needed. So who will help to educate the government bodies, these emerging standards and disruptive technologies? How do they get access to that kind of data, that type of information?
I put that on the private sector. That's part of our job.
Exactly.
That's part of our job.
Like, how
to
do we
make
go
sure
about
people
doing
understand.
that?
And
How
that's
do we
what
engage.
Yeah, and I and a few other companies, we're doing that today. Do we get any remuneration from that? No, but it's about helping people understand where you can be. And it's a Zoom call. It's an hour or it's 2 or 3 hours, but helping people understand what are your possibilities, not talking about what's limiting, but what can you do and where can you go?
And how do you facilitate transferring that into policy? The private sector.
Yeah, well, what we do is we work with our public sector counterparts. So for example, we're doing this, as I mentioned, in the Middle East, to help them understand and think about in their context, and however they're making rules, here are some principles to think about from a regulatory standpoint. And everybody has their own rule-making model. And whether that needs to be changed is another discussion. But we use that to help people understand. And that's against, by the way, I would call it a tsunami of counter thinking that we see that's non-disruptive. And my concern is that Africa follows that and basically is behind again, because you're now dealing with larger nations, larger companies that are following current standards. And so if Africa wants to compete in that field, I don't know how you win, because there's just not enough resources. However, you got to find a place to pick your battles. And small companies, we do this every single day.
I agree.
Pick your battle here.
I'm in that space as well.
Yeah.
And Professor Kelly, your response there.
Yeah.
What can
your thoughts, please.
Yes. What can the public sector, what can the private sector do to help influence the government in the public sector? And you're in that space.
I think in Francophone Africa, the challenge has been that the public sector is the engineer of the economy. So it has kind of made the private sector to be almost inexistent or dominant, because those who even operate in the private sector are those who are kind of like have strong ties or links with the public sector in order to survive. But today, with the increased pressure of unemployment, of a dynamic and young population, the drive, the need, the demand for other things that government cannot handle by itself, it has become almost imperative for government to adapt where they cannot lead, because that is what authentic leadership is all about. It's you have to bring out the opinion first, let the others follow you, and the cohesion should be soft. But in this case, it is instead the private sector that is coming up with super innovative initiatives, and they are driving the lead. So what governments are doing most often is trying to see how they can create regulations or dive into any jurisprudence that can help build or push on a particular sector. If we look at the financial sector, for example, a lot of international consulting firms are springing up every now and then, mobilizing resources for diverse projects. The young people are no longer focused on literary subjects, for example. They're looking at more innovative and scientific fields where they can actually contribute to development and become self-autonomous. They drive for personal wealth creation and
Are you there?
Infrastructure update here.
Indeed.
I think it might be some network issues. I'm not sure how much time we have left. But yes, and I wanted another response from the professor regarding, we have about 5 minutes left, regarding in his context for Cameroon, particularly, what's being done to help the public and private sector engage each other.
Hello, can you get me?
Now we can, yes. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So I was saying that I work with the central bank, and a couple of years down the road, the governor was very hesitant on actually even contemplating digital currencies, Bitcoins, and other types of digital currency. But today, increasingly, there are seminars, there are symposiums that he attends, and to try and see how the regulation can be done. At the level of the government, we have banks have small and medium-sized enterprise banks have been created across most countries in the Francophone Africa, because they have almost a singular development and financing model. And these banks source for funds across the board. Technical support is also sourced by the private sector. So government basically, in what they're trying to do in their strategic development and emergence plan, is to create a regulatory platform, is to as a sovereign state, build a situation where they can serve as a guarantor for these incubators and for this for the private sector to eventually emerge. And if we look at the strategic vision for emergence and development, we'll see that gradually they're looking at digitalizing most of their services, dematerializing in some parts, and eventually see how progressively we can embrace the digital world and move to be able to communicate and transact with other parts of the world. So it is a slow process, like I was saying, because everything today revolves around technology. It is very disruptive, and for people of a certain generation, it can be very, very, very difficult to easily accept. But now it is not a matter of whether you like it or not. It's a matter of you have to do something, because if you don't do it, you're going to become obsolete. I think that's my perspective.
Very much.
Thank you. I guess maybe final thoughts from the panelists. Like, curious if I guess Jeremy, last thing I wanted to ask you, like, right now there's just so much big push in terms of founders or entrepreneurs to access capital from VCs, and there's a lot of eyeballs that are supporting entrepreneurs from Africa or minority entrepreneurs. But I was wondering, like, for folks out there that are really interested in pursuing that, or they have great ideas or already something on the grounds, like, what can Prosper Africa provide that is very unique than what we know about the VC.
Yeah, thanks for that. What we're doing that's different, what we're doing that's disruptive within the government is creating a one-stop shop, a customer service center for US and African companies to reach out to one of our trade and investment advisors directly. That's not something that's been done before. Prior to access tools and resources of the government, you had to know somebody, or you had to really know how the system itself worked. I'm one of a few advisors now on that front end. So if you go to our website, prosperafrica.gov, and send us an email, I'm one of the people who gets it. My job is to really dig deep and understand, the company, understand their goals, their needs, and to find the right tool and resource within the government to help drive it forward. Some of those tools include advocacy work through our International Trade Administration to get you the right meeting with the right minister in country. Some of it could include financing or de-risking products. Some of it could be just as simple as, hey, I know a guy who's doing something similar. Y'all should talk. And we really want to play that concierge role that's just never existed within the government. So everyone out there who's watching, I'd encourage you to go to our website. Please send me an email, and let's get this conversation going. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think we have a question from an audience, and this will be perfect for Ken. So I don't know if we can. Vitalis, is that the question from?
That's the question.
Yes, I'll just read it out. I think I could read it on the larger screen here. Positioning Africa business for digital revolution and building change is a change. How do we achieve this? Through public-private partnership. Most challenges in Africa are also opportunities. Please, can you address how Africa can attract investment? What do you expect from government, and how can the private sector be the engine of growth? 90% of technology in Africa is imported. How can we get the small and medium organizations have access to appropriate technology to be involved in producing products that people need every day?
All right, let me start with, it's the challenge for every entrepreneur everywhere, and that's access to capital. It's no different here in the States, and I suspect it's no different on the continent of Africa as well. And so if we think about a potential role, toss this to my friend Jeremy here for what can government do. In the US, we know that, and I'm going to get a little into policymaking here for a second because I think it's vital. If the US believes that the continent of Africa writ large is a strategic matter for us, not just in the typical political sense, but also from an economic and development sense. So the question becomes, when we think about how do we help organizations, and particularly small entrepreneurs in Africa who have just these fabulous ideas, how do we get them access to technology? The fundamental challenge is not, the answer is not VC, because VC is looking for a different economic profile. And they're trying to de-risk everything. And again, that's just their business model. It's not good or bad. And so I see an opportunity here for the US to say, all right, we're going to allocate X millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, or whatever it happens to be, for US small, innovative firms to partner with small, innovative firms on the continent of Africa, joint technologies, figure out how do you make 2 + 2 = 49. That requires capital. It's not about talent. The talent exists. And going to a bank or trying to borrow is always not the answer. We have to figure out a way to supplant the capital that VCs typically will offer up for private equity. And I see a tremendous opportunity for our government, as well as governments across Africa, to partner up and do the same thing. I'll give you a case in point. And we're looking to work with specific small tech companies in Africa in financial services. And ModeFin, primarily out of South Africa, but growing firm, great technology, dealing with all the same issues we have here in terms of how I get access to capital, how do I partner with organizations that can help us grow and deliver more services that ultimately raises standards for everybody over time. But that requires who's going to be the flywheel, and the flywheel is capital. I love the programs, but the flywheel is capital. If we're going to make this work, somebody's got to help start that particular process.
And that's public-private partnership.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that question was from Prince Lekan Fedina out of Nigeria. Hopefully you addressed that question.
Yeah.
Add something, Vitalis.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. I like the way the question is framed, that most challenges in Africa are also opportunities. Since I came back about 7 years now, honestly, everywhere is an opportunity. The challenge generally is how do you transform what you see, what most of people see as challenges, to be opportunities. And I think that this is the forum by excellence where we are trying to at least showcase the fact that on the one hand, you need to harness these challenges to transform them into visible opportunities.
How did she get this? I don't know.
Somebody, we need to go on mute, please.
Aisha, please. I hope she hears us. Yeah. So I was saying that the challenge is how do we harness these challenges into opportunities, and how do our small businesses understand the principle that there are no free gifts. If you want somebody to invest in a venture, in a business, no matter how small it is, you need to show the interest of that person in that business. You need to show money is not picked from any part of the world. Everywhere, any funding that comes, it's money that people have worked hard for. You need to show them their interest, the returns on investment. How do you intend to invest in a profitable way and return the investment or have an impact, if impact is what is searched for? So I think in as much as we are searching for finance to me is not the most important. What is important is, are we able to capture the opportunities that are in some of the challenges that we have on the ground? Most governments in Africa, they don't do certain things not because they don't want to, it's because they don't even know that those opportunities exist. We should not forget that most of the people who are in power are people who grew up with some of us, and they went to the same schools and the same mosque and the same churches and the same environment and ate the same food. How come when they get into positions of authority, I don't even want to talk about leadership, they are unable to see beyond a certain level? Now, change cannot only be top-bottom, it can also be bottom-up. And that is where small and medium-sized enterprises have to come in. But in coming in, things must be structured, things must be organized, things must be presented in a manner that can convince anybody who wants to risk his money to come into the business. That was just a little I thought I could chip in. Thank you.
Much, and
Thank
I
you so
believe
much.
this will conclude our discussion. I'm sure we would, go much further with this, should we have more time. And we will be immediately transitioning into, I believe, an introduction, further introduction of the disruptive technology, blockchain, the crystal ball with Professor Kelly. So if you don't mind, please stand by, Professor Kelly.
With
okay,
that,
I will stand by. Thank you. I thought we were already discussing the blockchain, and I was fired up.
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Kelly. With that, I really would like to thank Ken and Jeremy for joining us and really give us a lot of great value to this panel, and for people back home and wherever you are, we just want to say thank you very much for tuning in, and I hope this was very educational. Thank you very much, and see you to next panel. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Card?
Yes, I do. It's not in my bag there.
This same with you too. You know, you're doing. Thank you, Christian. Yeah.
I gotta take one with Christian too.
Yeah, we got to do that too.
You're just the man of the hour.
Absolutely. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Get back to, you know, the conversation.
Thank you.
Right there.
Better than that slide, you know, the first, you know, I want to do the first session. First session, you want that first session?
Yeah. Howard?
Yeah, absolutely.
Christian, no.
Yeah.
You gotta be in the
If I
middle.
said Charlie-
Oh, yeah, the two tall gentlemen. Either side.
My debut directorial leadership, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, I appreciate it.
So to our audience, and Professor Kelly, please, thank you for being patient. Please continue and let's hear some more about your book, Professor, and how do you believe this disruption will not only benefit Africa and Cameroon, but the world at large. Thank you. And hopefully you can join us by video. I know you're having some connectivity issue, but if not, you know, please go ahead without video. So earlier, you know, you went in, you were telling us some, you know, about your book, a synopsis of your book. But let's start by sharing with us a bit of your background and what led you to author this book.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to present this book this day. Like I was saying, I'm so sorry that I couldn't be present physically because of the COVID-19 barrier measures, which has kind of disrupted the normal way of doing business.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. So I'm Professor Kelly Kingsley. I specialize in finance engineering, focused on public finance management and innovation, forensic science, to be more precise. The reason why I decided to take up this book is simply because there was very literature a couple of years back and lots of skepticism on what it is all about when we talk of digital finance, when we talk of inclusion. It was as if financial inclusion was a World Bank term, you know, that new thing again that has come and it's not going to take us anywhere. But for the fact that today with the technological advancement and with the interconnectivity known as globalization that we have in the digital world, it's important that we pause for a moment, try to grapple with all of these concepts, understand what exactly they mean, and eventually see now how we can fit them into our context and see how interrelationally it can be of help to us in one way or the other. And that's why I decided to, with a couple of other colleagues of Africa Chamber of Digital Commerce, decided to contemplate on how this can be done. And I just thought that the best way would be to have to contribute first in terms of literature, and then maybe later on practically with the number of projects that we are trying to carry on that are ongoing.
Great, that's excellent. So back in 2016, you know, personally, I first heard about blockchain, really, and I was so intrigued that I took it as a personal goal to learn about blockchain. You know, what is this blockchain, and how will it disrupt the world moving forward? Because from my perspective, and I hear this over and over, they consider blockchain what the internet was back in the 90s, right? And how disruptive that was with the whole .com boom and all the companies that, we all know today, like the Googles, the Facebooks, and, they all grew out of the ground that was laid by the internet. So blockchain is a similar sea change, and we should expect multiple new developments to happen. Like, what are your views on that of blockchain? Professor Kelly? So what are your thoughts on blockchain as the next internet? Like, do you share that same belief? Yes, I think you went, Professor, on the video earlier.
Yeah,
and
sorry, I lost you for a bit. I didn't get the last part of your discourse, please.
So there's a general viewpoint that blockchain represents what the internet was back in the 90s. Do you share the same belief?
Yeah.
Will blockchain be just as disruptive or more disruptive? And we can't fathom or imagine what will result from the existence of blockchain technology.
I think blockchain is going to be more disruptive than what the internet was in the 90s, simply because it has financial underpinnings. It's a financial platform, and huge amounts of resources are navigating different parts of the world without them being checked. I think that is the greatest fear. That is the greatest fear from a private sector perspective. The question that is asked is, how secure is this?
Yes, security is important, yes.
How am I sure that if I do a transaction from Africa to America to India to whatever, the funds are going to get there? From the public sector, the governments are concerned, are worried. Is it not going to be a platform for terrorists, for money launderers, for all those who are using resources for all the wrong reasons, moving them from one place to the other? How do we get control? Because that is always the problem when it comes to a new technology. How do we get control? How are we sure that we have dominance and control over this, such that our people don't get duped, so that our governments don't get duped, so that our system don't break away, because we really need to have this secured. So it's a slow process, but it's a defining moment in our history, in the sense that lots of young people are already doing lots of
Did we lose you again? So we lost you after a lot of young people. Yeah, hopefully we could, have the network resolve itself and continue with the professor. But and from what I can see from the subtitle here, advancing, I haven't read the book yet myself, advancing financial trust, inclusion, and simplicity through blockchain. So it seems what you're suggesting here is, I wouldn't say it's a panacea from a financial inclusion perspective, but the using blockchain technology as a baseline, it will actually introduce more folks who were excluded from the current financial system to be to actually participate in the financial industry. So Professor Kelly, are you back yet? Yeah, we're having some difficulties here, but it's my belief, and yeah, here we are. I can see your video, but you're on mute. Please unmute, Professor Kelly.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry, I went off for a bit. The network didn't let me flow. So what were you saying again, please?
No, so in the subtitle of your book, Advancing Financial Trust, Inclusion and Simplicity Through Blockchain. So you're suggesting that through the blockchain technology, it will actually increase financial participation beyond what it is today.
Definitely, it's going to increase financial participation in the sense that we no longer need a physical building through which you can actually go and have transactions carried out. In the comfort of your bedroom or with your smartphone, you can do your transactions without necessarily, going through the stress of the yesteryears, where for you to have even a bank account, you needed to move around. I'll take an example. For example, in Cameroon, we have about 15 banks today. 5 of the banks are corporate banks, which means they don't bank, private individuals don't bank there. We have 4 or 5 banks that are undergoing restructuring, so they have some difficulties. So basically, we have just about 5 commercial banks that are fully functional and operational. These banks are present in the regional headquarters and in some of the divisional headquarters. So, and for most of them, they are present only in the political and the economic headquarters. If they are present only in the political and economic headquarters, what do we do of the people who are in more remote areas that constitute about 300 and something subdivisions? And now we know very well in simple economics that if you want to invest, you must be able to save. If you want to invest, you must be able to save. If you can't save, you need to borrow. You borrow from where? Now, the remote or the traditional way that the communities have been functioning through local meetings and jangis, if I want to use our local terms here, we see that is what has kept us sustained and kept us where we are today. Now, if we're talking of an emerging Africa, if we're talking of a transformative Africa, it's not only going to be or in terms of policy and other things, it's also going to be in terms of the availability of resources and the capability of us being able to participate in some of these access to finance. And the digital platforms that we're having today, I think is going to be that place where everybody can easily have access if you have a good and well-defined project. Today, you can submit and apply for a loan if you have a constructed project in less than 10 minutes. If your project is well thought out and planned, you can meet people across the world through some of these platforms that can help you build your project or lobby or get funding, because it's an environment where those who have funds meet with those who do not have funds, and then they exchange and see how they can deal together. So for me, that is it's a key component in taking rendering resources available and bringing about our inclusion and financial breakthrough.
Right. So do you need, so is blockchain necessary for financial inclusion? So digitization can happen without blockchain. So why is blockchain so important in your view?
Blockchain to me is very important because
I'll wait for your network to settle. Perhaps blockchain could solve this problem, but perhaps turning the video off, as you had suggested earlier, maybe that will work better. Yeah, you're back. Yes.
So it's about being able to have that psychological comfort and trust that I can sleep well because my resources, just like in a physical financial institution, my resources are safe and secure.
Right, right. So from a cybersecurity perspective, how does blockchain help with the cybersecurity? I'm sure that will enhance trust. And if you have not just the from an identity perspective and understanding in an individual, I guess in the discussion we had prior, trust is important, and building that trust where a person's identity is important in order to can I validate who you are, who you say you are. So again, where does blockchain come in that regard?
I think cybersecurity is, without being an expert in cybersecurity, but it's key and fundamental in terms of the level of security that the blockchain will have, because it's all about preventing or fighting hackers to be being able to access the system. Now, the blockchain is not just going to serve as the forum where we can have multiple, how do you call it, multiple banks operating at the same level, but it's also going to be, there are also going to be security dispositions that are in place, like it's already incorporated, and the platforms in terms of security is improving by the day. But I think the dispositions that are in place so far is such that transactions have been going on smoothly and fairly well. What it may interest us to know is the fact that there is really
We'll wait until the network comes back again. We're back.
It's work in progress, and like I was saying, and we just have to be hopeful. Whatever be the case, blockchain has come to stay, so we need to adapt.
Right. Yeah. So we cannot talk about blockchain without talking about cryptocurrency. And cryptocurrency basically took the air out of the room. When you hear blockchain, you think of cryptocurrencies, especially on the continent of Africa. And with some of the latest news that we've all heard, there are hackers doing this and that, and people losing funds. So if we are back to our previous conversation with public-private partnerships and advising governmental bodies on these emerging technologies, when they hear blockchain, they see Bitcoin or Ethereum and all the activity that's going on in that space. What are your thoughts on that?
Now, what is important, going back to the example that I was taking about Cameroon, whereby the level of bankalization was just about 18% because of the limited access of of the population to financial institutions. Today, with digitalization, mobile money transfer, and crypto, the government has been able to track and see that over 45% of the population today has access to some financial institution or financial platform on which they do their transactions. Now, this data simply explains the fact that the much talk about hacking or traffic in the blockchain space is not necessarily because the blockchain space is porous. It could also be because the number of people who actually have access today in the blockchain space have increased. So if we can get more people, if more people are having confidence in the space, we should look at the ratio of the number of people in the space as compared to those who are actually hacked or troubled. Or the amount, the volume, the total volume of resources that circulate in the space compared to when there was no blockchain technology or platform. That's one part of it. Now, coming back to public-private partnership, I think what is key about public-private partnership is bringing private management into public affairs with the advantage of accountability, of transparency, of bringing funding, reducing the debt burden of the country, bringing a private sector approach, creating jobs, and lots of other things that come with that. Generally, the challenge, from what I've observed, it's with the movement of funds. The procedure and the processes for the movement of funds to finance certain projects at times are very heavy and cumbersome. Now, if our systems were to adopt the blockchain technology or the cryptocurrency as a form of legal tender that government can use for their transactions, you see that it's going to spike up the level of project delivery at the different country levels, because the movement of funds is just going to be with a click. All the paperwork and the heavy cumbersome process that we have today, it's not going to be there. It is true. Proponents of the old system will tell you it is for security reasons and all of that. But I think all transactions within the blockchain platform are also traceable. So it is a tool, it's an equipment that would help to project and accelerate. It's going to serve as a catalyst for the development and the transformation.
So there are benefits, but there are risks as well. And when it comes to additional or increased adoption, there has to be increased education as well, because not everybody wants to deal with private keys and public keys and crypto wallets and the rest of it. How can that be made easier, consumer friendly, so to speak?
Yeah, the first thing is about the financial education, because like the COVID vaccine, where we have all kinds of conspiracy theories, and some people, even well educated, think they cannot take the vaccine. You just need to educate them. It's about financial inclusion. Is also about education. It's also about creating awareness around the new products that are coming in. And cryptocurrency, blockchain, and the whole platform, the whole process may sound a little too technical, especially for a continent that its educational system was more literary than scientific. There's this psychological blockage to anything that looks a little sophisticated. And secondly, the change that the blockchain is coming, because what is also important to underline here is the fact that bad news spreads like wildfire. It spreads more than good news. You'll see on rare cases where they talk about the value added that blockchain has brought, and it makes sense to people. What spreads is when there is a crash, or when there is a hacker, or when there's something bad that happens. Then it has thousands of viewers and followers within a split of a second. So I think what we need to do more is focused on educating, focus on doing realistic projects, ambitious projects, but not pretentious projects. Focus on things that people can actually see. For example, we're setting up a kind of digital microfinance whereby those who are in the diaspora and who want to carry on their investment projects locally in some countries in Africa will be able to do that without necessarily going through the stress of queuing up in different Western Union points and all of that.
Right. So the whole remittance market, and there was an article, as which country just adopted in Central America adopted Bitcoin as a legal currency, and there was an article that stated that Western Union is projected to lose about maybe $400 billion over a certain amount of time because of a lost revenue from the remittance market actually using cryptocurrency, or Bitcoin in this case, to transfer capital from the US to Central America. So yes, absolutely. So we talked about education. So who has the incentive to educate the consumer or educate the population? What incentive would the government have? I see incentive from the private sector. If you have a product, then obviously, you want to make it consumer friendly. But whose responsibility will it be to actually educate, especially in the context of Africa, to educate the population on blockchain, the nuances, and as well as the financial side of things, and the benefits and the rest of it?
I think it's a shared responsibility. It's public, it's private. What we are doing is part of the education, right? We are not government, we're a private entity. So these kind of platforms and forums will help a long way to educate. But what is important, like I earlier mentioned, is that in every project or any product that you want to put out in the market, you need to show the other person the interest they have in having the product. Because if they don't see their interest in the product, it will be difficult for them to promote the product. I will take this book, for example, Disruptive Technology Blockchain. In one of the chapters, I'm looking at the possibility on how we can use this cryptocurrency to fight unemployment. The concept is simple. It's very simple. We have an educational system that is post-colonial and which was designed to replace the colonial masters, the colonial administration. It was basically about reading and writing. 60, 50, 60, 70 years down the road, we are talking about emergence. That means we're looking at transformation, we're looking at industrialization, we're looking at
we're in the fourth industrial revolution now.
Yeah, we're looking at the fourth industrial revolution. The educational system that we have today and that our governments are jealously keeping, does it respond to this new fourth industrial revolution that is about coming? I think the answer is negative. If the answer is negative, how can we then use the digital currency or the digital currency to see how we can change the education? I look at it from two perspectives. The first perspective is that, one, we're going to work with all, I think it's what we're trying to do at the level of the quantum blockchain technology thing that Eric is leading. We're looking at the possibility of encrypting all the diplomas of higher institutions of higher learning in any African country that would eventually accept the use of blockchain. So
yes, that is a valid use case. I've seen it, over and over.
Yeah. So encrypting and assetizing it gives it value in two dimensions. First, it means that anywhere in the world you can check the validity of a certificate just by using the code or reference number and log into the system and get it. The second part of it is that values are going to be attributed. For example, if you have a degree in law, we can say that degree is worth 500,000. I'm just using any word. Now, if you are able to come up with a project that is worth $500,000, that resources will be attributed to you in digital currency, and you can now use it to set up your project. You see, in that way, we are going to push change from bottom top, because every student who will be in the university, instead of thinking, like one study revealed, that in most African or underdeveloped countries, when you take undergrads, 90% of them will tell you they are looking for after school, they want employment. But if you go to North America and in other Western economies, 90% will tell you they want to run an enterprise. So each year as they are graduating in the Western world, they are creating jobs. But each year as they are graduating in underdeveloped countries, it's increase in unemployment. So now it's going to reduce unemployment in the sense that these kids will have to come together. While in school, they're already thinking of projects. What can we do together? How can we come up with something that can permit us, to attain this objective? And in terms of the evolution of the project, I think Eric and maybe subsequently will be able to throw us more light. This is how we intend to use digital currency to contribute in the fight against poverty, unemployment, and we're hoping that governments are going to adhere to these proposals.
Right, and it's yet to be seen. It's yet to be seen, and from as you've mentioned, it's an uphill battle. How long, in your view, do you think this will take? Africa on average, the median age is, extremely young, right? Across the globe, the continent, has the youngest median age. So, how much time do we have to actually, enact change?
I'm very positive in the sense that the youthfulness of the continent is a plus because they are daring. They are daring, they are looking for new opportunities, they are looking for new challenges. Averagely, 80% of young Africans have access to smartphones, and the smartphones, they are all thinking in one way or the other how they can use it to make money. Some in a very negative way, but others in a very positive way. So the fact that the youth are already willing, they're ready, would eventually push the government towards, even though they are very, very careful from what I've observed, but they gradually open it up because they are seeing the advantages that come with it and how it can help unemployment in every economy. It's a key factor that elections have been run on. So you can't undermine it. What we need to do, we need to just keep pushing and showing what can be achieved and be done through this blockchain technology.
Great, and I'm sure you've covered a lot of that in your book. So where can we get your book? Where can it be? Where can you access the book, and where can you buy it?
Yeah, so we can. It's available on Amazon, and it's available on Amazon through the Africa Chamber of Digital Commerce as well. Copies of the book can be got, and you can also contact me directly if you're in the continent. We'll figure out ways of getting the books. We are still working with Vitalis and Eric to see how we can have them on other libraries in the United States and across the world.
Great. And if it's on Amazon, then most people can get access to it. So, Professor, thank you very much. I think we're at the top of the time for the session, and I hope to see you if and when I travel to Cameroon.
Sure, I'll be, at least to come to Cameroon, we don't trouble you with visa issues. We are very nice and welcoming people. It's coming to America that is a problem. So
thank you, Professor.
I'm waiting for you.
Great. Yeah. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Thanks everyone. And as you heard from the Professor Kelly, you could purchase his book on Amazon.
Yeah,
so
please. Maybe a couple of questions.
Yes, I can read the questions from the chat audience here, Professor, if Howard is okay with that.
Oh, please go ahead.
This is from Prince Lekan Ferdinand, and he writes, congratulations for the publication. One, please, acquiring skills or knowledge and acceptance by people, especially in the rural areas, are key. How do you ensure the buy-in by these people? That's one. Second question, regulation, security, and trust are issues that you need to address. How do you ensure seamless operations, bearing in mind that confidence and acceptance are key in financial transactions? That's from Prince Lekan.
Yeah, please, I lost you for a bit. Yeah.
Oh, you want me to read the questions all over again?
Yeah,
it's there in the chat if you have access to it.
Yeah. So regulation, security, and trust are issues that we need to address. How do you ensure seamless operations, bearing in mind that confidence and acceptance are key in financial transactions? Prince, thank you for the question. What is important for us is to highlight the fact that these opportunities they exist. Now, in terms of regulation is what is key, and that can handle most of these challenges that we've highlighted, because the regulations, it's the sole priority and the responsibility of the government on the one hand. On the other hand, I think the developers of blockchain have factored in maximum security dispositions as at now and at the time that the conception of the project was in place. So it's work in progress, but this work in progress can only be operational if government fully buys into the idea and supports the project. So regulation is something that it's government. That's why it's key that our governments accept the use of this blockchain and cryptocurrency. The security is going to be factored into the regulations, but the regulations is on both sides. The security is on both sides. They are both on the on those who conceive the blockchain platform, and on the other hand, the government in designing its regulations will eventually factor in security. Trust is something that if you get a copy of the book, you realize that we've kind of like streamlined or maybe demonstrated how most of the obstacles that we have in our today's transactions have been cleared, in the sense that this transaction is quick, it's timely, it's in real time. And if a transaction is quick and in real time, it means that the security dispositions around it are quite comfortable. True, we've had hackers and other people of the dark world who've been able to enter into some of the system, but let's look at the numbers to see whether we're making progress or not.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Professor. I hope, Mr. Lacan, I hope your questions have been answered there. Professor, who do you think should definitely buy this book?
Now, if you look at the different the topics that we covered in the books, governments should definitely have copies of the book. Every policymaker, I think it's important. The general in terms of education and understanding, because we try to use a language that is as simple and down to earth for everybody to understand. University leaders, or if I may use the word, that is faculty members in the universities, aspiring to become lawyers, bankers, and micro industry are those who should to this book.
Thank you so much, Professor. Again, the book, Disruptive Technology Blockchain, The Crystal Ball, it's available on Amazon. If you're in the United States, you can easily get that anywhere in the world. You can access Amazon. We have copies here at the Chamber, the African Chamber of Digital Commerce. You can go to info@acofdcinc.org, contact us if you need a copy. And professors, people are asking for signed copies of this book. Is there a possibility in the future that could be done?
Yeah, sure. There's a possibility. So what we'll do is the African Chamber of Digital Commerce can get the list of those who want signed copies of the books, and then I will find a way to organize and have the copy signed and delivered to them directly.
Awesome. Beautiful. Thank you so much again, sir. Wonderful book you've written here. The world is going to get smarter because of this. I'm a technology enthusiast, so hopefully I'll read and it makes sense to me. But if not, I have people around me who can interpret. So thank you so much for your time. Again, please get a copy of this book. It's going to be very informative. Open your minds if you're in the blockchain, in the crypto space. Please, this is a must get. So get that. Thank you again, Professor, and to all of you on virtually watching us here. Thank you for being with us here throughout this morning, this evening, wherever you are. This is the Emerging African Forum in-person and also virtual event 2021. My name is Vitalis Chida. I was just sitting in here for Mr. Howard England, just to conclude this session with the professor. We're going to take a lunch break now, and we will be back at the top of the hour, and that will be 1 p.m. CST, Central Standard Time. So until then, we're going to still be having this live feed going, so that way you don't have to struggle to get back in. So we'll just have the line open. So stay with us, or you can go grab something to eat too and join us here in about 35 minutes. Thank you.
A child in the distance, playing in the rain. The sweet sound of water flowing away. A construction worker coming home from work. Parents and their children going to church. A happy little baby grows on the shirt. What an extraordinary day. Let us have a world of ordinary people living life the way God wants us to. And if we have a world of ordinary people, extraordinary things will happen to me and you. Some people they stand around. Wanna go downtown and say, I believe chop your own and clean out loud. We bring time, share around. Them say the priest need a bread for the tea. Shalaka for Allah, blood for the spirits. People who don't bother, them they wait on the Lord. I'm head for ground. MC got still calls for town. Few people they smile, more they frown. From executive producers and Carl James and Marvin Carter comes the story of resilience in the face of adversity. Watch, I Promise, September 28th, only on YouTube.
His calculations are correct. The empire is dying.
You can't save yourselves. You can't save humanity's story.
Give me what I want. Chocolate Mercedes, built in the 70s, classic like you and me. And we go down, down, down,
Yeah, what if I ask you to marry me? Run for me, take a ride to eternity. What if I say there's no plan here? Say I'm ready to come to meet the family. Go. But if I already planned it, and right now we're keeping everybody standing. Please don't wait till people come say wow. That look on your face, I know you want to say now, but if I don't get shit, it no go too matter. Didn't go do the honor to my two baba. Entertainers no fit, Lord, good job. But I'm always think that's a joke. I don't think the last if you take my last name, I'll be grateful. I will love you to my last name. I don't get you. There's no stopping now. We will go all time, go lock and down. I tell you, you're the only one I want. The only one I need. If I tell you you're the one that makes my heart beat.
Okay, we'll be starting our next session here in about 5 minutes. So second panel discussion moderated by Mr. Howard Englund. And the topic is on public-private partnership, incentivization of tech solutions, social impact, and corporate social responsibility. So that will be coming up here in about 5 minutes. And I'd like to invite our guests to take their seats at the table, please. Thank you. We're gonna please ask our panelists to take to the podium, please. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. So we're ready for our next panel discussion. And so the topic for this discussion is PPP, Public-Private Partnership Incentive, Tech Solutions, Social Impact, and CSR. And our speakers are Mark Caraway, Head of Partnerships at Block Apps. Next, we have David Aduja, CEO and partner founder of Analytics Intelligence. We have John Lambella, founder and CFO of Exalio Digital Bank. And we have Armand, who was unfortunate that he couldn't make it in person. Hopefully he's able to join virtually. So we'll wait and see. So without further ado, let's jump right into the topic. So if you don't mind, gentlemen, if you would introduce yourselves, let's start with Mark and tell us some more about, Block Apps and what Block Apps is doing regarding CSRs and how public-private partnership fits into your strategy and your roadmap, and we'll kind of go down the line and do the same.
Yeah, thank you, Howard. Nice to be here. Thanks for the invitation. As you mentioned, I'm the head of partnerships with Block Apps. We are a blockchain platform provider based on the technology of Ethereum. And really our role in the ecosystem is to provide the technology base for many different solutions on blockchain. And really, a number of things that we're doing in this space include some of our efforts around sustainability. There's a lot of claims around, sustainable claims for this year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And one of the benefits of blockchain is being able to bring transparency to those claims. And I think one of the important things that we're involved with many organizations, especially in the energy sector, but agriculture and others, is being able to shed light on, the real data, the real information behind those claims. I think it's helpful for organizations to understand their own claims, because what we're seeing is, these claims are made first and then there's a fact-finding mission, afterwards. So, a lot of our efforts are in relation to that, to be able to bring transparency, to some of these socially responsible activities. More on the public-private side, we see blockchain technology as a great benefit for a great number of individuals and participants. And really the greatest area of opportunity is with, public partnership, because that's really where you can reach the masses, reach the edges, right? And blockchain as a technology, as a decentralized technology, was built to empower the edges, to have more ownership, to have more influence, to create more of an impact and not rely on a single organization to decide what should be done and really, do everything. So I think, on the public-private partnership side, it's a great opportunity because, for the public organizations, they have these mandates and missions, but, sometimes lack the manpower, lack the investment, lack, certain capabilities. But by partnering with the edges, they can empower those who are directly impacted to actually support the growth themselves. And so we're seeing that in a number of areas, and very excited about those types of partnerships.
Hi, thanks, Howard. My name is David Adoja. I'm the founder and CEO of Analytics Intelligence. We're a data analytics and artificial intelligence software company. We are based in the UK and with offices in Nigeria, and we're expanding across the continent. One of the key focuses of the company, certainly our vision, is to work with government organizations. So there's a whole lot of the public-private partnership there, specifically around data collection and around data preparation for machine learning. If you think about where technology is going to, where a whole lot of organizations are heading to, especially with regards to machine learning and how AI fits into the space, Africa as a continent needs to get to a point where they gather their own data, so there's no bias. Exactly what one of the other panelists mentioned earlier on. You can be in Africa and so you're getting data from the valley to run machine learning models. We have to get to a point where we work with government organizations to educate the people, to educate organizations in terms of how to gather data correctly and make the best use of it.
So much. Thank you. And John Lombella.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Howard. My name is John Lombella. I'm actually the founder and the CEO of Axialio Digital Bank. Axialio actually stands for African Exchange and Liberal Investment Opportunity. This idea came about since 2015 when, once again, like I mentioned before, I couldn't install Revolut on my platform, on my phone. And fast forward to today, what we're trying to achieve here is to build something where the African people can really feel a part of this whole narrative around financial inclusion. So it doesn't make sense today that we cannot be included globally in making use of platforms like Robinhood or Revolut. So we're leveraging the blockchain technology, which essentially, just like Mark mentioned, has been developed to really be able to empower the people, the communities out there. So what we want to be able to do is, for every single investment financial product that we create, we make available to the masses, is for us to be also in line with the United Nations SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goals, and most importantly, focus around environment and social governance protocols. So those are really some of our targets. And one good example of that, because I'm focusing a lot in the African region, particularly the DRC, one element around ESG is for us to be able to, I don't know if you guys know about it, but when it comes to climate change, the Amazon is no longer a part of the, being able to regenerate the CO2 so that the world can actually, exactly. So the DRC is considered as the first
Amazon.
There you go, the next Amazon. So in 2019, we introduced a project that was endorsed by the presidency. And but what we see there is that the country doesn't have the funds necessary to be able to push that initiative forward. So the initiative is actually called 1 billion trees by 2023. So what we see there is that the DRC is losing a tremendous opportunity to get paid in taxes in the tune of $100 billion a year, because countries like the United Nations and the USA and Europe, these guys have to pay the taxes for their rights to pollute the air. And so the
Carbon
DRC,
credits.
exactly, right? So the DRC needs to be able to do a significant amount of work there. And that's where we see a little bit of a PPP opportunity, a relationship between Axialio through their initiative to providing investment opportunities here, because we want to be able to tokenize actually that particular carbon credit emissions, and partner with the government in helping us to drive the narrative. We actually on a map for us to achieve some significant traction before the end of October, so we can actually present at the next COP26 in Glasgow in the UK. I think it's actually the first week of November. Some of the things we are doing, leveraging blockchain technology, leveraging Xiallo as a platform, and really not only showcasing what we do, but also position the DRC to a certain level. So that's exactly what we're trying to do here. And yeah, depending on the conversation, we hope to be able to share some light.
Absolutely. Great, great, great. So for social responsibility, and as the name suggests, corporate social responsibility, do you need to be a large multinational in order to affect change, in order to make an impact? And you're all startups, right? You know, at various different stages. And how can you influence the space as a startup?
Well, so from our parts, one of the responsibility we've taken on that, we know it's a key requirement for not just for the development of the organization itself, but for the development of artificial intelligence across the continent itself, is education. There's an educational gap that is missing, and a lot of people believe it's a technology training requirement. It's not exactly a technology training requirement. It's an understanding of how data is used to make informed decisions. It's an understanding of how, and we've had a number of conversations today where companies just feel, well, if I get TensorFlow, I'm doing AI. It's really not about that. It's really about getting to a point where you change the culture within the organization to be more data-driven. So we've taken on the responsibility where we have something called AI Academy. It's something we've partnered with a number of universities. Bayes University, there's another university in Nigeria we also partnered with, one in Ghana we're in talks with. Part of the reason why I'm here as well is we're looking for partnerships. So we're looking for organizations we can partner with to build the right sort of curriculum that can go back and provide training. Now, this is where PPP comes in, because you can then go to the government and say, well, there's a gap in the market that needs to be filled in terms of training people and educating people.
And this is how you go about it.
That's how exactly. So that's the approach we're taking towards the corporate social responsibility part. Yeah.
Right. So I want to touch on the environment and the carbon credits from that perspective. So what is Block Apps doing in that regard?
Yeah, I think as a startup, right? You mentioned, how do you make change as a startup? But even a small change can make a big impact with the right ripple effect. And I think that's really what we're trying to do in the carbon credit and just carbon sustainability marketplace and arena, is build a technology that enables many participants to join an ecosystem, so that you're not having to, as an individual company, build the solution every time and every participant has to build something new. We can build a sustainable technology that enables growth through joining versus building. So there is some groundwork on the front end, and that's really where we're focusing, is making sure we build the right foundation to enable small businesses, individuals, any type of participant to be able to join an ecosystem and support something that's already growing. And I think that's what we're seeing, is that ripple effect from that first foundational element.
Right.
And I want to hop on that thought as well. I mean, look, you mentioned that we startup. So the beauty about being a startup is that we are so agile that most of the time we come in here to challenge traditional ways of doing things, right?
Yes, yes, I agree.
The one good example, like I mentioned earlier on, with regard to the DRC, guess what? This is the third year, probably actually going into the third year, that the project was approved and made a lot of hoo-ha on the news and so forth, but nothing has been actually done because there's a lot of political conversation going on, and people look the African mentality. People want to see exactly what. Whenever they see something like that, they see lots of money. And politicians want to know exactly how they're making the money first before they actually get the project off the ground, right? So startup companies are now coming in to challenge the status quo. We want to be able to challenge those beliefs. We want to be able to eradicate those behaviors. But how do we do that? We have to do things a little differently, right? And that's where John Heath thought, being able to create, a participation. So we will not be able to raise hundreds of millions of dollars or tens of millions of dollars from the government right now, but we know the potential of getting multiple returns. So what do? We build this ecosystem in participation, allowing folks out there to be able to come in early and say, you know what, okay, I subscribe to the narrative of being able to do good for the environment. There's a lot of people actually around the world who really want to be able to put their money to do something in a company that actually wants to do good. And that's where the money go into. So if you thinking that, you know what, I want to put my dollar, instead of keeping my money in the bank or in a mining company that's actually destroying the environment, let me put my money in a company that's actually doing something good so that we can actually restore the environment. So we actually talking to these people, right? So those are the guys that say, I want to invest right now. And we're building, if we build, for example, a token whereby we want to be able to sell, let's say, hundreds of millions of dollars of token at $1. And we know that a carbon credit today is worth between $5 or 25, and certainly will be able to rise. So that's a good incentive for this person to say, you know what, if I invest my dollar right now, 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the line, I could actually, get a return of XYZ. So that money right now, that startup company will then allocate it according to the plan that was actually introduced to the country, and say, you know what, we want to be able to help communities, incentivize them. Again, once again, the whole aspect of incentivization come into place. We want to incentivize these communities so they can actually help protect the forest, or we can actually build schools. We can help them through education, as I mentioned earlier, financial education and so forth. We can help them with hospitals, and that's exactly what the money goes out there for. Otherwise, why would they be willing to keep the forest intact?
Intact, right? So there has to be some kind of incentive, right?
So there's got to be some kind of incentive. So we need to now show the world we're protecting the forest by doing ABC for our communities, and therefore you guys are polluting the air. You need to pay us according to your rights to pay for polluting the air.
Right?
You know what I mean?
Right.
So
you're basically creating a for lack of a better word, a service that
there you go.
Enables.
That's it. That's
so. Yeah. And what I see here, I see blockchain, and AI. So is technology necessary to enact those changes, like the latest cutting edge technology, blockchain and AI? Can that be done by other types of businesses, non-technology? David?
I certainly think it's not just a technology problem. I think it's again, like I keep saying, it's always a people problem to a large extent. There are loads of other businesses. Technology is not the solution to everything. The reason why technology is always at the forefront is there's disruptive change coming from technology. In finance, in different industries, technology is actually changing how things are done. And that level of impact can be ignored to a large extent. But there's equally a large responsibility for startups like ourselves, or for governments to understand and recognize the role technology is playing in making these changes within countries to a large extent. But equally at the same time, technology, organizations within technology needs to understand that they're disrupting different sort of additional sectors, and those people need to be pulled in one way or the other. Either their models need to change, or how they operate needs to change. Otherwise, you get to a point, very easily we're talking about the fourth industrial revolution. AI is a key part of this. Blockchain is a key part of this. And it's disrupting a whole range of things. Now, if governments don't think about how the displacement that's happening within other sectors, and how people can fit back into the workforce, and how they can kind of fit back into exactly like what just explained, where you're creating a new model where, if you're creating emissions, you need to pay for it. There's a new revenue model going on in there. So that level of change happening needs to be thought about from a policy level to say, okay, how do we bring people in? Where do they fit into that? So people don't begin to lose faith in technology. I feel technology is just there too. And coming from AI, I'm certainly very biased in this conversation, because we get this all the time. You come in with AI is going to replace jobs, and there's always that conversation. People don't even wait to hear how exactly the value you're bringing. They instantly think, hey, you're coming to replace my job. Bring in something that's going to change things. But it's exactly the same thing that happened when cars were introduced. Horses haven't died. People who were riding horses, there's still
lots of horses out there.
Exactly.
So yeah. Another question. So we talk about technology However, and changing technology to influence, society. Like, how can we influence thinking? Because, as one of you mentioned, people are at the center of this, right?
Yeah.
How do you influence thinking?
Well, I'll let the other panelists add to it, but one thing I'll just say to that is one of the things that we're really focused on is culture. Yeah. So within organizations, it's very, very easy for people to say a data-driven organization. Yeah. And they get reports and they just schedule it and they don't do anything with it. It's very easy for people to talk about security and they don't really understand what needs to happen with security. The other panelist was talking about the sort of changes that's happening with what they're bringing as well. And that change needs to happen with culture. People need to begin to think outside just technology, but begin to think, how are they changing mindsets? How are they changing how people are approaching things? And that's part of what we include in our training. That's part of one of the things we include in the curriculum we've set up.
Mark?
Yeah, I would say, technology isn't necessary. It's certainly a people and a mindset problem, but I think technology, simplifies the delivery. But the biggest thing new technology does is it opens the door for possibilities. It gives you another choice, another option, right? When I think they were talking earlier today about processes versus, doing the thing that you want to accomplish and, having a process that you've done the same way, but having a technology that's built, that's proven to work in a different way opens the door just to talk and learn about new possibilities. So I think that's really, something that I'm excited about, especially in blockchain, is when we have these conversations, it's about what else can we do differently? What can we do in a new way? What is a new way of achieving the same goal? What is a new revenue model? So I think that's the real value of the technology. Certainly there's a cost, element to it, but when you think about the jobs of today are not the same that they were 100 years ago, and they're not going to be the same 50 years from now. And so I think it's more of a shift of jobs, and especially from a blockchain perspective, is you can keep the same workforce, you can keep the same salary of staff and move them towards more critical decisions, more impactful decisions, more in-person dialogues versus, manual data focused jobs. So I think that's what technology allows, is the openness for possibilities and new ways of doing business.
And now, yes,
I'd like to add on what Mark just said, as well as David. I think, look, people need to realize that through technology, we are able to make decisions faster, right? So it is just a way for, look, there is a mobile device. We do a lot of things here, whether I invest through Exalo or whatever, but the reality is there's still a traditional operational activity that happens behind the scenes. So if I'm giving you, for example, an investment product around gold, Robinhood, the stock market, heck, how did you get that gold, by the way? How was that gold extracted? There is a traditional operational activity that happens somewhere in Africa, somewhere in Chile. But the guys in the US, the guys on Wall Street, never ever know exactly how that gold was actually extracted. There is that activity. So the fact that we know gold exists and we're trading every single day, we want technology to make decisions faster. We want technology to have transparency. Now, here's the thing. We can choose to ignore technology and still do things traditionally. We'll do that slowly because today the world is, we live in an interconnected world where internet allows us to actually reduce the size of two countries or the distance between two people and so forth. We are able to be, look, we are here, the guys are in Nigeria, the guys are in South Africa, they connected and they listen to us directly. Do they ask the question, how does it happen? Do they ask the question, how the internet was created? No. Right. But I mean, at the speed of light, they were able to hear us, and guess what? Through technology. Otherwise, they would have to hop on a plane and come over here and all that. By the time they get here, I mean, you know what? We already done and we're gone. So technology allows us to make those decisions faster. When it comes to AI, same thing, right? So it's just about, it's all about collecting that data and providing information easy enough for me to be able to make an informed decision. And still, I have to make a decision, even though AI exists. AI does exist to collect data and make recommendation to me, I'm like, okay, cool, that's fine. So I live in a world whereby I can choose to take to fly on Emirates or to fly on Qantas because he provided me some valuable information at the speed of light. And I made a decision quickly, right there.
So here's another perspective.
Right.
So, as you mentioned, technology allows us to make decisions quickly. It also it gives us the opportunity to make bad decisions quickly as well. And when it comes to the public and private partnerships, and if really bad decisions are automated, models are created for bad decision models, right? That will happen quicker. Like, what's your perspective on that?
Well, you kind of just said it there. It's garbage in, garbage out. If you have the wrong set of thinking around the table for a solution, you get wrong answers, and that's just it. But exactly the same thing with what like AI as an example. If you're creating a machine learning model and you gather wrong data or biased data, you get a lot of false positives, but you don't know if they are false positives if you don't have the sort of experience, or if you don't have that know-how to know this is right or this is wrong to a large extent. And you can get into a point where you implement something and you think you've gotten the right thing in there, but people begin to ask questions, say, hang on, why is this not working? Because the right sort of thinking hasn't got into the process. For PPP to be successful, we're doing a lot of projects where we're working with the government. We're a private organization. We're looking for private funding to help fund certain projects that the government should come into to add initiatives into. We need to ensure we have the right sort of people around the table to ensure that where we're going to or what we're trying to achieve meets the kind of the long-term goal of what we're trying to achieve. And I think that's a key part that once you have the right sort of vision, you have the right sort of people to come into a project. Now, that's having the right sort of people. You need to have a level of due diligence around that to make sure that at least what you're proposing is something you can deliver on. Yeah, it's very easy for me to say, okay, we're trying to deliver machine learning technology for facial recognition in Nigeria, and we haven't gathered enough training data sets to be able to do that. Now, I can get training data sets from everywhere. I can get 100,000. We talked about this yesterday. I can get 50,000 and I'll train a model and it just will come up with something, but it doesn't mean it's right at the end of the day. So there's a level of responsibility to ensure that at least what you're bringing to the table adds value and is right, because that you're being given that sort of opportunity to kind of shape something to a large extent.
So how do you plug in to realize that, I guess, the technology that you're bringing to bear, what the effect it will have on society, what the impact it will have? Like, what are your thoughts there? Like,
yeah, I think as the technologist, that's really our responsibility as the steward. If we're bringing something to the table, not that we have to have all the answers necessarily, but we have to give the guidance, right? And I think we find this a lot in blockchain projects. There's the educational piece, there's the building, and then it generally evolves into a governance conversation. And I think of the ESG, governance is still being overlooked and not really talked about as much, but that's ultimately what especially blockchain technology will be most impactful around, is new ways of governance. And so I think as technologists, we have to take that responsibility to provide some guidance, right? Here is how the technology can work, and then work again with the public partners, what is the best way that it should work, right? And I think so that's really, on us to be able to describe, the ways to operate a new technology that, hasn't been used before, and make sure that, as companies, we are being responsible. We're taking the lead and making sure it's not going down, the wrong path. And there's the trust there. And I think to your original point that, if you make bad decisions, that can echo very quickly. I think putting those governance controls in place and knowing those boundaries are going to be helpful for growth.
But it's such a nascent space, and I'll give you a chance to respond and then address my question. It's such a nascent space, right? So we don't know what we don't know, right? Technology is new, and we are not yet aware of the ultimate impact it will have. Like, so how do you balance that?
Well, look, once again, he mentioned a keyword, governance, right? It is important because as much as I can come up with an invention today. I can come up with something great. I need to be able to prove to the world that it is great, but I also need to sit around the table with other professionals in the space to make them understand and realize, and they will scrutinize exactly the importance of that particular piece of technology to ensure whether it is something great for the people and how, and also develop protocols and governance controls for us to be able to deploy that to the masses, right? Otherwise, you know what, anybody will be able to come through here and throw in something, say, you know what, this is great, and what is it? And that becomes like in a jungle, right? So we need to be able to control exactly what we bring to the masses out there. We are responsible to educate them people so that based on the education, they will be able to make, I'll come back to the decisions factor. You make decisions based on what you know, but you know what you know based on what we've told you. Okay, so we've told you that because we actually came up with it. And we came up with it because we saw that there was a problem that we wanted to fix, and we brought the solution on the table, right? So it's a constant evolutionary aspect of things, whereby we start with something and we evolve, because along the way we may not necessarily all have the right answers initially, but I mean the trajectory and the path requires us to constantly research, to constantly come up. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. And to that point, exactly, you know, we're talking about blockchain and AI. These are new technologies, these are cutting edge technologies. We don't know where it's evolving to. AI specifically, you know, it could go a different direction. There are people, there's a camp that think it's going to turn to the whole Skynet thing. There's a camp that think, okay, it's going to kind of elevate mankind to a certain sort of level. But having that sort of right sort of thinking to say, okay, this is how we can evolve. And that's why you have part of the conversations I was having earlier on. You know, the UK has a minister of artificial intelligence. You know, it's not by chance. There's a real impact that AI is making globally, across the board, in government, in private sector, in finance, in everything. And if that level of governance don't come in at the right time to say, let's guide the thinking and let's guide the direction of where this technology is going to, it can fall into rogue hands. It could fall down the path where it goes, where people are using it for criminal things, people are, you know, it could go all sorts of directions. And that's where that responsibility comes in again. That's where responsibility comes in from both the private sector and the public sector. Private sector, because they're the ones doing innovations, they're the ones coming up with the cutting edge side of things. That's why you have, you know, places like OpenAI and Microsoft investing over $1 billion in them, because they're helping setting policies for the standardization of how AI and how machine learning is going to get used. That's why you have a lot of organizations pulling out of facial recognition, because they feel it's too biased and it's not being used in the right way for it to make a good impact. So if you don't get that level of consciousness to a large extent, or not conscious, you know, to kind of guide you and the thinking to get the process right, it can,
insights.
Exactly, it can kind of go the wrong way.
Great. So let's focus on the continent of Africa. And when it comes to data is important for AI to operate, right? To run.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's basically the lifeblood of AI.
Yep.
As well as blockchain. It's all data packaged, right?
Yep.
So it's all data. So from the African context, you know, how do we, you know, we're not even thinking of data policies yet. It's important. You know, how do we ensure that the right policies are in place, you know, even from a security perspective, to ensure that the governance around data and data management is properly addressed?
So from my experience, so we you know, UK-based company, we've gone into the continent, we're trying to expand Pan-African. We've worked with a number of government organizations. We're trying to get them. It's such a learning curve going on right now, where there's the level of maturity is not there yet. And when I say level of maturity, so we found that as we try to engage with different sort of organizations, you know, selling our products, financial sector is the most advanced, or they're the most matured when it comes to.
And I need your perspective on that as well, you know, from the financial.
They're the most advanced on when it comes to using data. But the point I'm trying to get to is the level of awareness from government is not there yet. It's not where it should be yet. And that is really a requirement, because if governments within countries are not thinking about, and this is not about privacy policies, because everybody's putting an NDP or one sort of privacy policy or the other. It's really about how data is collected, how data is stored, how data is cleaned and curated. That's the key thing that governments are not thinking to that side yet, certainly not that we found anyway. And I think that is something that needs to happen. And I think it's the private sector that needs to bring it up more and more to light for the government organizations to begin to take notice of it.
Managing data is very, very important. I worked several years ago, just about, I think, 2010, for a credit bureau organization where we deployed a solution to store data for them to be able to make informed decisions faster, right? One thing, and he mentioned a keyword here, being able to clean that data was very, very important for us, because we're getting data from multiple stores or multiple financial partners. But I think what we wanted to do, we actually had to build very, very sophisticated solutions to really quickly clean that data and put them in data stores that essentially would mean something valuable to the credit bureau. So what we see in South Africa today, we all know that is this whole thing, is the GDPR and data privacy and so forth. We see an enforcement now. It's taken a very long time. It's taken over 5 years. Okay, so the idea of an act, they call it the POPI Act, the Personal Protection of Personal Information Act, I believe, actually started 5 years ago, but it's only being enforced today. It's taken a very, very long time for them to get to that point, because here's one example. You have a company like Standard Bank. It's a group of companies. Now, headquarters in South Africa. They have a branch here in New York, okay, and they have a branch in London. They have a branch in Hong Kong, but have multiple subsidiaries in Africa and 17 countries in Africa. Now, we're talking one single company, one bank of South Africa, but how do you manage data cross-border? How do you explain how that data is managed? That's why it took a very long time for them to implement. Okay, because here it is. From a financial perspective, South Africa's government says, listen, we cannot and we should not have our national data.
Right.
To
data
be sitting,
governance and
exactly, to be sitting somewhere else in another country.
In another country, right.
But then the same bank comes to you and say, okay, well, we are a national bank, a South African bank. How do we deal with our own data sitting in another country? You understand what I mean? So it's been very, very long. But right now they are implementing the POPI Act. It's taking a very long time. But I mean, we see a lot of companies, including ours as well, updating that particular, well, at least the agreement we have or the engagement we have with our customers. I had to sign one of my customers electronically 2 days ago. He said, because it was actually on an audit, said, please, John, you need to sign this document right now because we're implementing this POPI Act. Okay. Now, when it comes to other countries like the DRC, there's a big problem. First of all, they don't know how to manage data. Why? There isn't any proper system to manage the data. Now, such a country, first of all, needs to go through a proper digital transformation strategy. Okay. They need to understand the value of the digital space. How do you do that? You have to start from the top. The presidency, the various ministries and so forth, they need to understand that if you don't implement the digital, various actual organized departments within your government, you are still going to fall behind. Now, correct. You see the private sector, smaller companies and startup companies like ours. Yes, we cannot wait for that particular government to be at the US level of digital transformation. We still have to do something because we see an opportunity for us to be able to create new business models. I always give this example. Did you know that Cash App didn't come in the US, didn't launch here before M-Pesa? And M-Pesa was successful based on what? Not based on smartphone devices, based on the realities of Africa.
Correct.
And that was in the that was in Kenya, in Nairobi.
Yes.
And it reached a point whereby they were doing $25 billion of transaction every single year, or even more. Cash App is essentially what M-Pesa is doing by using mobile apps. But they caught up later, much later after. Okay. So we need to understand that there are certain realities in certain countries. We evolve. Technology, once again, allows us to make decisions faster and reach the people faster. but whatever it is that we build, the way I'm building Exalio is for the African people in mind. I can't do that the same way that Robin Hood did.
Correct. And I'll get to that because, what works for, let's say, the West may not be immediately transferable to Africa per se, right? So the solutions, the challenges are unique. So the solutions, I would think, would be unique. But before I get into that, we touched on the topic of data sovereignty. But with blockchain, we have this decentralization of data. Like, how do we deal with that?
Yeah, it's an interesting point, right? Because there's, this notion of serving an underserved community by bringing them into a banking system, but now you're creating a digital footprint for 1 billion people that have no data footprint today and don't know what that means. And so it's a very big question. It's an important question. I just want to hit on something that John said that I really agree with when he talked about the realities, right? And the way that comes up for us is when we're building these solutions and, an organization or a body wants to serve a community, we're in these rooms building this technology. And the first question we ask is, okay, where's the community? Are they in the room with us? Are they making decisions about how that technology is going to be built, right? Because it's a collaborative effort. And if you're building for a community, you have to focus on the realities and you have to have the individual there in the room. And I think that's being missed a lot, where, there's a good mission, a good focus, but, you get the government agencies and the technologists in the room, but you don't have somebody from the actual community helping drive how they want this to be adopted. So I think that, from our perspective, you talked about policies and data sovereignty. I don't know if there's a clean, easy answer. I know there's hundreds of organizations looking at it, but the organizations that we align most with are the ones that are having these conversations with the individual in the room, right? For creating, this in the room. And I think that's, part of the solution is, and again, the value of blockchain is if it impacts you, you have some control over it. If it doesn't impact you, then you don't need control over it. And I think there's a lot of systems in place around data where you have these data aggregators who are not actually producing the data that's required, and they're not consuming it. They're not either the producer or consumer of data, but they've built a business model of data and just aggregating data. I think one of the things we're excited about is bringing that control and power back to, if you produce data, you consume data, you need to be driving the adoption going forward.
Just to add on that, and I think that question is very important when it comes to data sovereignty. So, and when we think about blockchain technology, we tend to feel that it is highly impossible to achieve that, right? Because then you have these data sets available on multiple computers around the world. But here's the thing, right? Depending on the type of data that you want to be able to protect, and your understanding, or at least the government's understanding of blockchain technology as a whole, we've got 3 different types of blockchain technology. We've got a public blockchain platform network, a private one, and a hybrid one. So let's say, for example, we want to be able to protect, very, very key information that the government controls right now. They wouldn't actually go ahead and implement it on a public ledger, right? So what it will do is choose a way to implement a private blockchain network, still benefiting from the very attributes and the features, the capabilities of blockchain technology, and still be able to achieve that. And also, depending on who are part of the network or the blockchain network, okay, who become like the either the validators or whatever. So they have to fulfill certain agreements, okay, whether they are within the same country or outside the country, whatever. I think they need to be able to go through internal protocols to ensure that the ultimate data protection. Otherwise, if it is up there on the public, you know what, everybody will be able to have access to that information. So once again, understanding exactly why, and that's what I was actually mentioning to I forgot his name, your friend actually earlier on.
Gotham?
Yes, yeah, I was actually mentioning to him earlier that you know, choosing a blockchain to implement, not every business should implement blockchain technology.
Correct, right. Yeah,
you need to be able to, exactly, you need to understand why you want to implement it and how you should implement it, right? So if it is something that for me touches the public in a democratization way, then, it makes sense to go public. So yeah, that's what I want.
A similar thing for AI, because with AI, again, you need data and you need a large data set to make it valuable.
Yeah.
That means you're going to be aggregating data from, XYZ, from here, from east, from west, from north and south. Like, how do you deal with that as a
that's a challenge that organizations are still trying to deal with. We're still trying to deal with it. But again, exactly what we said earlier on, and I think it's very much the same thing that I mentioned. It's what the end goal is. Yeah. And people forget that they embark on a project and not think. And you see this all the time. You see organizations saying, well, we want to get into an AI strategy. It's almost like ticking a box. We want to develop something using machine learning, but they're not thinking about the end goal in terms of how they're going to productionize the model they're going to use. And if you don't think so, the approach we take a lot of times is we kind of reverse engineer it. What's your end goal? And then we walk back to what metrics or what data or how we're going to clean it and where it's going to get stored. And we kind of work our way backwards that way. But in doing that, you begin to think more broadly in terms of where the data set needs to come from. Yeah, you need to think about the size of the data set. You need to think about who's going to clean up the data. Because exactly as we mentioned, that cleaning up part is a very, very big task. The more data set you're going to get, the more you're going to have to clean up. And there are loads of businesses that just get into that sort of point where all they do is curate data and clean up the data and label the data for you. But you can easily get to a point. So one of the products we have is a product called Powered by AI. Powered by AI is a machine learning API as a service. So you can subscribe to the service and we have a whole lot of models that we're creating. But what we're doing is we're taking the responsibility for saying, well, we can build models or we can get other accredited people who build models and who've collected data to actually create a marketplace where they can sell their data sets. Yeah. And we have to ensure that the data set is localized for the specific market, because there's no point collecting data sets from Hong Kong if you want to use to recognize cars in Lagos. It doesn't work that way. Yeah. So it's that level of thinking to say, okay, as an organization, even as the government, how are we thinking holistically to say, okay, how are we looking at the entire endpoint, end to end of the entire project, from how it's going to get used and where the data is coming from? Because that's the two ends of the spectrum. How are you going to implement it and the raw data itself that you're going to use to create the models going through it. But if you just take responsibility to say, hey, we want to build, a machine learning model to do X, Y, Z, and, hey, whoever can bring data, just bring data. We don't really care. We're not looking at it. You end up getting something that's going to do what it says on the tin. And that's where that whole governance, that's where the whole educational part comes into play. And for an organization like ours, the ethos is very much to ensure that we bring that level of professionalism. We might not take on the biggest projects, might take on the smallest one, but as long as we ensure that we're covering absolutely every part, AI and machine learning is a big black box. Yeah, you can go into projects and people tell you we're building models. You don't know what's going into the models. You don't know the data. You don't know what kind of models they're making. There's no explainability in a lot of it. But we ensure that we kind of carry the clients along the entire process. This is what you want to get. Okay, this is what we're going to do to get to that point. This is the data. This is how we're going to clean the data. This is how we've filtered and vetted the data before we put it into the model. So that if anything goes wrong or if anything's not producing what it needs to produce from a transparent box now, you can easily see where the problem is coming from. It's not just hocus pocus and you're kind of guessing where the problem's coming from. And I think that responsibility needs to fall through for a whole lot of organizations, bringing in new technology into the continent.
So we've been in the technology space, myself included, and all the panelists, for years, right? So to you, it's secondhand, right? It's easy to understand. There are lots of nuances, especially with new technology, right? And how that applies to society. Like, how do you get that across to non-technology folks?
You got to use analogies. One I like with blockchain, a lot of people understand going into a bank safe deposit box, right? You have the banker's key, you have your key, and you need both keys to open the box. And so if somebody went to hack all those boxes, they had your key, great, they can get one box, right? But they can't hack into all the other boxes. So it's an analogy that, I like to use to talk about blockchain and hack prevention and other, security measures. But I think you've got to understand the audience, take something that they're very familiar with. And I think goes back to realities and having the people in the room who this is impacting, right?
Yes.
Their context that they're familiar with.
I have a different perspective to all this. Let me ask you, all of you, a question. When you go on Google on your phone and you want to Google something, do you ever ask yourself the question how the internet was built?
It goes out the internet.
So let's talk to somebody, a non-technologist. Okay, so the average Joe out there, they use Google, right? So they know that the reason why I'm going to Google is because I'm looking for information. Just like when I landed here, I was like, okay, well, I'm actually looking for Nigerian food. Did I ask myself the question first? Okay, first of all, I want to know who created the internet? How is that internet created? What are the protocols behind this internet until I get to a point whereby who created the browser? What does it mean to me, the browser? And I just go to that platform because Google built it to make it simpler to use.
Right.
I just need to use it to find what I'm looking for.
User experience.
What we need to do as technologists today is to simplify all of that. The problem that I have today with everybody, technology, actually, especially technology guy, seriously, with technology guys and the non-technology guys, when it comes to Bitcoin, they just want to know exactly about how does it work for me to invest my money into that thing. Now listen, do you actually ask yourself the question, how does Apple work in the stock market for you to go and invest in Apple or to buy stocks? We want, and this is what we want to achieve with Exalio. Here's the thing, it's all about wealth creation, right?
Right.
You need to invest in things that appeal to you. If it is bananas, well, you will have a banana financial product. Go ahead and invest in bananas, pineapples, apples, and so forth. We provide you with a platform to make it easier to choose these elements by hinting you with a few information that will help you make that decision. Once again, technology helped me make a decision. But we're going to tell you that, listen, we actually planted this banana 10 years ago.
Right.
So we use these ingredients. You already know what a freaking banana is all about.
It comes back to user experience. You have to make it easy for the user that, you don't have to go below the surface. And you use Google and Apple as examples, but, for them, that's their whole business model, is to make things as simple as possible. I don't care about what's going on in the back. It does what I ask it to do. Or, the iPhone without reading a manual. Remember, at one point we had wizards to figure out how to do things, right? That's awful, right? It should just be intuitive.
Yeah.
And I know we actually are at the end of the session or top of the hour here, but I think it's very important to be able to easily transmit the technology and what technology could bring without being technologists, so that those who are not steeped in the technology can easily
that's it
and quickly understand.
Same thing with the vaccine, bro. I mean, look, you got the vaccine. How do you know that things? How do you know how the vaccine was made? You just use it because they tell you it's gonna help you against the COVID.
But again, I think to add to the point about simplicity, I think there's a trust element there as well. Yeah, there's brands like Google and brands like Apple. It wasn't like this when they started. When they started, there were questions being asked. But over time, they've matured. There's that dependency that they're building and they know what they're building. From a data perspective, going back to your question about how do you explain, one of the things the approach we take towards analysis is storytelling. Yeah, it's very, very easy to anybody can run a graph in Tableau and come up with a report. But not everybody can interpret it. Not everybody can see that and say, this is the insight I'm getting from it. And this is the action I need to take from it. But if you get to a point where you build your insight delivery around storytelling, again, going back to that same reverse engineering, as an organization, we're an e-commerce company, our goal is to sell, X, Y, Z. we have X amount of targets to meet each quarter, each year. Each person has a role to play in order to achieve that. You're easily reverse engineering from the top of what the goal is all the way down to the person that needs to deliver it. If you build reporting and you build insight around that sort of storytelling, saying, Apple hasn't achieved, there are a number of companies that are doing this where they do narrative analysis. It's not about graphs and charts. It's about using natural language processing to kind of tell a story about what the data say. Yeah, and that comes back to the simplicity. That comes back to being able to just get insight from information as opposed to something overcomplicated where you're trying to figure out, okay, what exactly is this? Gantt chart telling me or something.
Speed to action is then simplicity,
It
will
That's
help
it.
to drive some of these public-private partnerships and help society. So, gentlemen, Mark, David, John, thank you very much. We could talk for the rest of the afternoon. It looks like.
Thank you.
I have a quick comment as somebody that's not a technologist to John's session there. I don't ask Google how it came about before it can do that search for me. But when you bring up technology that has to do with my money, my bank account, boy, I'm gonna have to go and be a technologist. So from a common man's perspective, so that's why we pry. We want to know how Bitcoin came about. Why? Because it has to deal with money. So those are very sensitive areas too. So users of the technology, they make it easy as long as it's not gonna go touch a privacy area or a sensitive area like money and financials. Then people begin to pry, want to find out more. It's just obvious that way. So I just want to offer that perspective, and thank you, John, and the rest of the panel. Wonderful discussion there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're gonna transition next. It's gonna be a fireside chat with Mr. Kurt and moderated by Eric Kaigama. So we're gonna do a 5-minute transition and we will be on with that panel. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thomas, which seat do you want me to take?
Wherever you comfortable. It's gonna be you and Eric.
Okay.
Yeah, that's no result.
Awesome. What do you want to do? Sam Master, connect to Sam Master. Have his number? Okay. I'm about to moderate a session. Vitaly is going to connect with you, and then you can jump in and see how the format is. That is ongoing. Just get it done. You're not going to be. You're going to see what the moderators are doing. Yeah, yeah. Vitaly is going to connect with you because I'm going to be moderating. So just get in and just view us and kind of just view us. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, that's awesome. So this by time you know what I'm about to do a session, or just check what we're doing. Okay. Number. What's it? Right.
Showtime. Okay, we're going to transition to our next session. If we can all just take our seats. Thank you, gentlemen. So our next section is a fireside chat moderated by Mr. Eric Kagama.
Just 1 second here.
It is on, the topic is the rise of the no-code technology and the future of the remote jobs opportunities. Our guest speaker here today is Mr. Kurt van der Broek, representing DIDOFI.
So when I turn this way.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Now I'll hand it over to the moderator, Mr. Eric Kagama. Thank you.
Thank you, Vitalis Tita. What an amazing job you've been doing since morning. And for everyone viewing out there, thank you. If you're in Africa, mostly it's evening time, and thanks for making time to join us here. I would like to acknowledge Professor Silvana Zaini, Kelvin Giraji, and others. Let's get to business. One of my favorite things these days, the rise of the no-code technology. And first, for those that don't know me, my name is Eric Kagama, and I serve currently as the president of the Africa Chamber of Digital Commerce, headquartered in the state of Minnesota, in the Midwestern part of the United States. And the Emergent Africa Forum is our signature, or one of our signature events. And we're so excited to be a part of the Twin Cities Startup Week. So it's a Minnesota week that has to do with that basically people converge, talk about technology investments and other things that have to do with the tech ecosystem. So, Mr. Kurt, welcome to the Emergent Africa Forum.
Well, first of all, thanks for hosting.
Awesome. All the way from where, if you want to share that?
Living in New York, but grew up in Belgium. So, yeah.
Awesome. And let's just get straight into it. And I think it would be fair to kind of just let everyone that is watching, since this is a hybrid, the entire event itself is hybrid. I'll give you an opportunity to kind of just share who you are, and don't be conservative with it, right? You wear multiple hats, so let's get to know you a little bit, Kurt.
Yeah, where do I start? Probably my background is as a banker. I always joke, worked for the largest unknown bank in the world, KBC Bank, Belgian bank, where I learned the ropes. After that, started with my own idea as an entrepreneur. That became a big success and sold that
my first exit to SunGuard Data Systems back in 2006, and then became actually more a serial entrepreneur, professional co-founder, I always say. Co-founded Ancoa, Questi, Culana, amongst others, Ancoa, all companies that have been successful in their own domains. And then out of that grew the idea to create a fund, which is CF Square, stands for Co-Founder Fund. It's a early stage fund that invests in entrepreneurs with strong domain expertise and that want to grow B2B businesses. And we're currently invested in 7 startups.
Awesome. And just to give people a little background also, you're also a software engineer, right?
Yeah, from education, both software engineer and a business engineering background, yes.
So for those that are familiar with software engineering, you have to have it. It's a process itself. You have to know how to code and things like that. But now we're venturing into what is called the no code, low code.
Mm-hmm.
We're venturing into the no code, era. So, and if you could give people a little bit of background of what's a low code, no code technology?
I'm a man of stories, so I'd rather tell a story about it rather than trying to give it a definition. But
absolutely, go for it.
When I had my first idea as a banker was to build a platform that could connect multinationals with their banks, and I ran into the issue that at that point of time I didn't have a coding background. I wasn't an engineer, so I didn't know where to start. And so the solution I had was go to university, 2 years at the University of Brussels in Belgium and learning C++. I graduated after 2 years as a graduated coder, but like I wasn't even in the capability to really build an entire platform. So building software is complex, and building large software solutions is very complex. And so what the no-code and low-code solutions try to do is that graphically you can actually design your solution with drag and drop, and that the software is then created behind the scenes for you, and that you don't have to learn a language to develop your entire system. It can be a website, it can be an interactive website that's on the low end complexity, and can be as complex as building a complete software solution.
Absolutely. And what is reported out there's actually a shortage of software engineers, right? Developers and stuff.
Yeah, one of the biggest imbalances that are currently in the world is there's a lot of them, supply between software demand and software coding supply. So and like I said, it's not an easy one to solve, because if you want to have highly trained software developers, it takes time. So typically a graduate would do 4 years, and then still they're not an experienced developer.
Yeah,
so how do you solve that?
Yeah, you got several languages you have to learn too, right?
Certainly it's like you have to already be a polyglot to write like both the back end, the front end, and then do some scripting if you want to do the hosting of the solution as well. So yeah, most of the time you end up with at least 2, if not 3 or 4 different kind of developers to develop an entire software stack.
Amazing. It shows you, the process itself. And came COVID, right? With COVID, there's a great demand, and digitalization basically escalated, right? There's a lot of need for things to be built, more in an accelerated way. And there was a shortage, and also we're dealing with COVID, a lot of uncertainties. And now, now came the whole, no code technology. Just to give people that are watching on the live stream, there's a data by out there. that shows, by 2025, 70% of the enterprise, software applications are going to be built by no code technology. And then came the no code, community, the whole thing, that is now going on, the no code, movement. And I know you also double as a co-founder of, a company called Didify.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that, involvement with Didify.
Yeah, Didify is actually one of our portfolio companies. So yes, I CF Square co-founded Didify. Didify is a no-code solution that is full stack. So one of the issues that we saw in the no-code space is that the solutions that are in the market were either very much focused on front-end development or were more like open API frameworks that were focused on back-end development, but there was nothing really full stack. And so that's the path that we went down with Didify, is really creating a solution that solves those two issues and is also like being full stack. Hosts automatically, the solution provides full access to the generated code, which can be taken off the Didify platform and then further developed. It was also a big demand of corporations as well as startups, because they don't want to just be bound to one no-code platform. They want to have the flexibility that once that they hit a specific size and complexity, that they can continue with the technology that's already built and don't have to start from scratch. So that's Didify. I find it one of the most phenomenal solutions out there.
Absolutely. And I know you're the co-founder. If you don't mind, do you want to share the what's your team like? If you could share the team, the folks you're working with.
Yeah. So James Virgo, CEO. I've worked with James in the past. Bright mind, hardworking guy. He does it together. He founded it together with his brother Samuel. So the three of us. And we have a fast expanding team. I think the whole team now together is about 20 people. We have development capacity in Toronto. We have sales capacity in the US and in Europe. And then, we have a global support team as well. We also, and I think more in line with the topic today, is we see rapid expansion also in Africa, both from a demand perspective. I quickly looked up actually the numbers, and so it's staggering. At the moment, there is about 700,000 developers in Africa. It doesn't. If you look at those 700,000, about 50% is South Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya together. So the rest accounts for 50%. But the demand in 2021 in the first quarter only was an increase of 21% for the demand for developers, which means that on a yearly basis, the demand is about 100%. So demand is about doubling the number of developers for the continent, and like there we see with Didify a huge opportunity there to like give technology in the hands of graduates, university graduates or undergraduates, so they come to market and train them then on no-code platforms that are full stack, and gives them the opportunity then to deliver high-paying labor in the market.
Absolutely, and what I hear from what you're saying is this is a tool essentially that will dramatically change the way building softwares as we conventionally know it. And I'm quite as the one overseeing the affairs of the Africa Chamber of Digital Commerce. We've been really passionate, about just tackling the issue of like unemployment on the continent, especially on the continent of Africa, and also big on having people be self-sustaining. That means you're able to, if you're in a corporate, you can function. If you're not there, if you don't fit in, at least you can build a product or or something else. You can be an entrepreneur, build a product, and hopefully someone invest in you, or you can monetize it through remote, offering those services, like remotely and still sustain yourself. So what should we be looking at, like 5 years from now? What should what's the future like with DataFi? That's, if you could just give us a little.
It's a difficult question, of course, and don't have
just
a crystal ball.
You wear multiple hats. Now is an opportunity to kind of just wear your soothsayer, hat on top of that, the Belgian soothsayer Kurt. Just give us 5 year. Are we unicorn? A significant part of Africa, for instance, or the immigrant community, African immigrant community. What percentage of that penetration do you want to see in terms of just paying customers?
As a company, like sky is the limit. As you said, 70% of all enterprise software will be developed in low code. Numbers, if you put that in US dollars, at the moment the market is about 13 to 70 billion worldwide, the low code market. Expectations in 5 years is that it grows to between 60 billion and 125 billion. It's like
okay.
Crazy.
Now I'm tempted to kind of just take you behind and work out, what an equity, what can I get an equity in DataFi?
We'll do that behind the scenes, but our intention is to take a big slice of that market growth, and the collaboration that we have also with chambers is how do we get to the African continent and get 1 to 2.5 million Africans trained on this. I think that should be our challenge in the next 5 years. How can we work? And we've talked a lot between public-private collaboration is how can we put the hands together and use tools like DataFi and the network, and the public network and the public funding to educate and to train workforces in the continent, because the demand is not only what is really important to understand is with software, it's not there are no boundaries. Like I think other countries like India have proven that a lot of software development can actually be done offshore. Eastern Europe has gone down that path, and Africa has, to be honest, been lacking a bit. And I think that what you can do there is accelerate that, and that the low code, no code acceleration gives an opportunity to actually skip that phase and go from immediately to where the future is, and use that.
Absolutely. It's kind of like you go to a 4-year college and or you've mastered, let's say, one language already, and someone tells you before they offer you a job you got to master another 2 that just came out like last week, something that new that you had to learn and also perfect and deploy. And could you share with me, I know there's an argument, or there's also an argument for the no-code technology from a perspective of inclusivity. People that have not been included in the whole, don't have the capacity because of financial reasons to train in let's say the conventional way. There's an argument for the no-code technology as something that will bring in a lot of people to leverage with and have them participate. So how is that argument legit as a tool for inclusivity, especially in minority communities, and also people that are financially not can't afford?
Yeah, I certainly believe so. Again, proof of the pudding is always in the eating. And as an example, I was on a trip to Rwanda. It was June this year. I had the great opportunity to be part there of a hackathon that was co-organized Didify. So it was actually a local organization that takes on students in Rwanda that don't have the means to buy a laptop even. And so they're in the library. They come to the library in Roma. They sit together and they are being trained on no code. And we did this hackathon, and amazingly, these teams came together. These are people that have never developed the full software. They're giving a platform like Didify for 2 days, and then they come up with solutions that they had in mind, things that they always wanted to build, and now have the ability to create. Just in 2 days, putting already some kind of MVP on screen that worked, that could be shared. It's phenomenal. And one of actually I went out and we hired for CF Square, we hired a local person in Rwanda that is now working full time for us on a no-code platform and developing things that some of our portfolio companies need. It's one person, but like, let's multiply this, it's one person that you give actually a nice income that becomes a middle class income person in the community and contributes then to the rest of the economy and the country. So I think it is a medicine
Absolutely.
for the problem.
Absolutely. And the way, especially in Africa, the system churns out, graduates. And with COVID, the unemployment rate is pretty high because at some point they said Africa had to do like a couple of millions of jobs, a year to decrease, the deficit. And then came COVID, and then basically that math, you're now just scrambling, to keep the ones you had, and then a lot of them were lost. So that's where the ability to build things and create value, and then trade that value for some kind of financial payment. It comes in handy. That gives you the versatility. And just full disclosure, the Africa Chamber of Digital Commerce is working on an initiative to train Africans, 3.5 million Africans in the no-code technology. So I guess you can do all the math there. Didify, no-code technology company, and there's a need there. And it's I think it's a match made in heaven, and ours to leverage what they have, and see how we can improve the lives of a lot of people on the continent, and even here in the large immigrant community where there's a huge capacity. We're talking about a community, the diaspora community, that is responsible for over $70 billion a year. And that's a huge capacity. Imagine what our kids, my kid especially, that I'm already teaching how to do the MIT, Scratch, and now he sees me. Now I'm going to also introduce him to the no code, right? So you can do the conventional, and also learn, the no code, like Didify and what have you. So that let's leave the no code a little bit for a side. You're a hiker as well.
Sorry?
You're a hiker. You outdoor guy.
I'm actually a runner.
Okay. Like you do marathons and stuff.
Yeah, mainly ultra marathons.
Okay.
I'm challenged by any distance that is longer than a marathon. Yeah.
I think I don't think I can jog to the next block here. That's the toll COVID is having on us. We're packed on so many weight. Yeah. So yeah, back to the. Let's also leave the Didify for a second there. Let's you also with the CF too. What other projects are you invested in?
Yeah, so like I said, what we really invest in is entrepreneurs, inspiring entrepreneurs that have bright ideas, that want to build software, and that have deep domain expertise. One of the companies that we're currently investing in is also Tustawi. It's a Kenyan-based company in the educational space. So what they're focused on is creating an online platform where Africans can learn about financial topics. Inclusion for them is really important as well. Financial health for women is one of their focus points. So what they do is they work both with corporations to train staff, as well as with government institutions and NGOs to do programs that improve the financial health or the financial knowledge, better speaking, of minority and majority groups, and then also create online campus where people can just log in and see which kind of programs are interested and get certificates that can help them in their professional career. That's one. Really proud on the team. Esther, CEO there. It's almost a full female team. So it's always great to work with them. And they're actually like, I've heard the topic came up earlier today as well, is like having women trained and educated, having graduates trained, educated, having the workforce trained and educated. It's key and it's critical. And happy to be an investor in that company as well.
Oh, awesome. And we were earlier on, or was it yesterday, we were joking with Talis and the rest of we're saying this is like Beijing 2.0, because we had two keynote speakers, women, and also others that others that participated in the panel. And then earlier on with the ministers, representative, Esther did the intro. Esther, the CEO and also the co-founder of Tustawi, did the intros. And so it's something, even with the Ministry of Women Affairs, I think there's potentially something there that could be really empowering to just going by the speech of the minister's representative. And so before we go further, I just want to touch on there's a question from the people watching. Since this is hybrid, let's get them involved. The first one is, if you don't mind, that is.
Sure.
Okay.
So the first question: do you only invest in technology-based companies? Well, the answer is yes, but in my opinion, any company has to be technology-based. If you're not technology-based, even if you're a bakery and you don't do your inventory and you don't have a payment system and have a website, you're probably not going to be, well, you can be successful if you're artisanal, but I do think that underlying to most, if not all companies, technology is critical. What we are specialized in is there has to be a substantial software component. Otherwise, we don't invest in it. It's where we are specialized in. It's where our knowledge is. So that's where we focus on. Hope that answers the question.
Awesome. So basically the answer is go get your no-code technology on. So if you're not, if you're not implementing or you're not powered by something that has to do with technology, hey, good luck with dealing with Kurt and CF2. Yeah. And then we go to the second question, right? The potential. What potential do you see in Africa that is, I'll even add, seriously untapped?
Yeah. Well, I cannot claim that I'm an Africa specialist, but again, I was there on my trip, and I was one of the things that really surprised me was that the demand of African built solutions. So it was someone that was in the hackathon and told us, look, I like to play chess, and I like to play chess online, but I don't feel comfortable to go on chess.com, which is an international chess platform, because the culture of the people that are on the platform is so different from us. They play differently, they talk differently. I want to build a African platform for chess players, pure built by Africans for Africans. And that struck me actually, and multiple examples came up on that. And I think that's really untapped. Just look what are the applications that are really doing well, and purely copy them and make them adapted to the culture, and develop them locally, and look for local markets. I really think that's it's a big untapped market, and being there as well is like everyone had a phone, and most people had in the cities have even smartphones. So they took a step. And there is a huge potential to build applications that are mobile first and mobile only. So I do think there is a real untapped opportunity. And then I really think that if you look at software development outsourcing, like the demand is there as a continent. Just position yourself as a player in that space and start to take on a big chunk of that opportunity. It's there. It's well paid. It's not going to go away, and it creates long-term wealth, in my opinion.
Awesome. This sounds like it fits absolutely into what we call, the global remote job, mobilization initiative. It's to basically see how we can get more and more jobs, to our brothers and sisters on the continent, leveraging technology. And I for one, I think Didify as an no-code technology is something that I'm actually just checking it out and having worked with it. And, I feel it's something that it's absolutely is going to dramatically change the space, and how in the sense that it accelerates people that are with no technology, with no just the rise of the no code CTOs. There was an ad recently. The guy was saying, hey, I came across this no code technology, and I became a no code CTO. So I think we're going to see a lot of that, and as the space evolve itself. And I also, before we proceed, I want to look at what question they have. The third question is from what are some of the impediments that you see prevent investment into African tech companies?
Well, yeah, the few obstacles that I see as an investor, that I know I'm taking my investor hat on instead of my co-founder hat, is one is legal security. As an investor, not all the countries in the continent are yet investment worthy from a legal perspective. So it's one of the issues that we have to overcome. There are tax issues still, double taxation. I think Christian brought it up as well earlier today, or creating some issues. That's one. And then the third one is, and that just takes some time, is you need examples. So you need big companies, and I think in Nigeria you have now a few examples of unicorns. But the next step is that you also have a few exits, listings. That will create that in itself will create demand. So I just think it takes time for some countries. work on your legal and your tax infrastructure, because we need that to be in place to be investment worthy.
Awesome. I think if to the folks in the public sector, especially the government and people that handle reg and all that tax stuff, hey, give us those incentives. And then part of what the chamber is trying to do is to work with countries or their local counties or states to have a more friendly, atmosphere for technology companies or any kind of company, as a matter of fact. And I know we have our time, kind of flies, right? And we have, I think, roughly about 2 minutes. Just use it, Kurt, to kind of just share what everyone needs to know about, DeFi and what the future holds for it. Thank you.
Yeah. There's one more question coming up. It is said that the youths between 1 and 35 years will constitute about 72% by 2030, and that has implication for social, economic, and security challenge. What can you advise on developing capability and entrepreneurship culture to meet the challenges of growth and development? Yeah, I wrote it down myself here. That of the 1.3 billion population, 10% at the moment are already between 15 and 25%, and if you look under 15, that's 21%. So altogether 30. In some countries, it's as high as 50%. So education is key, I think, and then you need. But again, I'm not a specialist, but in my humble opinion, you need professions that are scalable and that are not dependent on resources that are bound to land. Or resources.
Absolutely.
And that's critical. So take an example of Hong Kong. You need towers. What are sitting in those towers? Bankers, insurance companies, and software coders, and help desk operators. They sit on tables that are 1 meter square, and they don't need more than that and their brain. I think if with a population that is so large and a density that is so high as what is expected in Africa, you need things that are scalable from an intellectual perspective. And I think going forward, developing code, software code is just critical. Everything becomes software. And whether we talk about AI or we talk about blockchain or we talk about traceability, exchanges, marketing, anything becomes software.
Awesome. Thank you, Kurt, and just people watching out there.
And my last word is just log on to didify.com, create an account, it's free, test it out, try to build something that is in your mind. You can do it in 2 weeks and show it to your friends. And if they believe in it, you have a business idea that's probably worth investing in.
Absolutely. And it's another way. I'll just take 30 seconds. It's another way to kind of, I think, future-proof ourselves, right? Kind of like what Wix, did to
websites,
websites and stuff. And I think, this will significantly change the space. And what else can I say? Thank you for sharing your story, your involvement with DeFi, and also your experience and getting to know you a little bit, and others, that are watching as well. And we're looking forward to, as a chamber itself, especially with the CSR, the fractional CSR we're offering companies. If you're venturing into Africa, it's if you don't have that sizable budget, for CSR, like, hey, come email us and get to know us and let's see how we can help you. Kurt, it has been a wonderful, it has been a pleasure, and looking forward to more conversations up the table. And this has been an incredible, fireside chat, and thank you for making time. And it's
more than welcome. Thanks for having me, and good luck with the continuation of the forum.
Absolutely. Thank you. And cut.
Lots of questions.
Personality solution.
Our next session starts now. So fireside chat with Mr. Sam Masakwai as our guest and Mr. Eric Haigama as the moderator. Thank you.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Thank you, Telecita. Hey, Sam Masakwai. Thank you for joining us from NYC, or I think from Texas, right?
Yeah, Houston, Texas.
Somewhere in Texas?
Yeah.
Okay, Houston, Texas. Yeah. Packing up those miles.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Emergent Africa Forum's fireside chat. Mr. Masakwai, Sam Masakwai.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever everybody is, respectively. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to be at this august event, the Emergent Africa Forum. So again, thank you, Eric.
Absolutely.
And
yeah, thanks. And I think I'm just gonna kind of go straight into it. You're a man that wears several hats as well, and I've come to know you as I would say, a very good friend, and someone that is very altruistic in terms of just how you view the community and how you've just constantly trying to see how you can leverage your network and what you do, what you specialize in. And before I kind of just throw this first salvo a question, I just I share a bit of your background in terms of expertise. Just a little short an overview of who you are. Just let's go from there.
Okay, sure. I'm Sam Masakwai. In the current capacity, I serve as Vice President at a JP Morgan line of business, corporate technology, and machine learning engineering, and I'm the technical lead for my team. My day-to-day job, my specialties are within machine learning engineering, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, big data, and blockchain-related technologies for the bank. And I've been and I know the last guest who was in, he's, as a developer, spoke of the need and how difficult it is to sort of get good software engineer, and then knowing the need for Africa, so my role in the face of things that are very passionate to me, how to build the capabilities, because when you speak of machine learning, another thing that people neglect or don't often mention has to do with data, right? Whether or not it's institutional, supervised, or the supervised kind of data, where you build your models. What they call models, how you train the bot, the computer, to do things itself, kind of automate with insights and come out with different ways to enhance and make things kind of better. That's all predicated on having kind of data. So at the end of the day, who keeps the data? Who keeps the data, and also what all the governance is internally that goes around securing that kind of data. So there's many ways in the engagement with how we, AI and announced like the buzzword, right? So the thing is, how can you kind of get that mold to fit? It's sort of like you can bring a gingerbread kind of cookie and it can fit, or put like a square in like a peg kind of hole, right? So you first have to address the need to make sure the fit is kind of right, and many things you bring to the table to assess. Then you bear out the use cases for what Africa needs and how you can mitigate whatever nuances, quandary, that it can be a win-win situation for Africa, because you can bring expatriates or whoever now, right? If we don't have, well, currently we don't have the capabilities, to have Africa operate, and we're lacking behind the world, because we're in the 21st century, and almost everybody around the world are using machine learning for many different things in financial services, manufacturing, transport, logistics, telecommunication, retail, media, education, mining, and many other things that could bring value to Africa.
Awesome. And in addition to all those brilliant things you do, you're also an incredible dad, right? And a husband.
Yeah.
As well. Yeah.
Yes.
Don't forget that. Hey. Yeah. You're not gonna get your dinner if you don't mention that. I'm helping you out here.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah. Thank you. They keep me grounded. But they're a good bunch.
Absolutely. And I think with you, it's not so difficult, to kind of just know where your goals, your where you focus and where you're going, and it's that is showcased, like in your life, the way things have gone. And I know you're pretty passionate about the island or about the continent. I just want to, if you could just share some of the things that you think you're doing or you're planning to do to get Africa especially to be where it needs to be. I know you're Liberian, you have Liberian extraction, but I know your perspective is not, it's not just, Liberia, but the continent itself. And we're so blessed, to have you with your expertise and everything and your leadership, how can what are the things you're doing, to add other types of value, to the continent? I know you've been pretty big on leveraging all the things that you have. So if you could just share with the world, some of the things you're doing to personal project or in partnership with others, that'll be fantastic.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Eric. That's a good question, right? Because there's many things that I do, not to toot my horn, but just a level of things that are very passionate to me, a mirror of various interests. Humanitarianism is one aspect, one of the driving force with act of magnanimity, things to mobilize. Because I always believe, and this goes also to technology, right? Starting with the humanitarian front, where, I'm more from the train of thought where, you have to teach them how to fish. If you teach them how to fish, they will be able to feed themselves for a lifetime. And then most of the model of engagement, in Africa, even from the humanitarian aspect, now is like people come, NGO comes, they do a project, and then they leave. But there's nothing that is sustainable, inside to make sure that when they leave, we can be self-reliant and have sustainability to drive us to be able to cater to our own kind of needs moving forth. And in that sense, many projects that I work on, so I have various teams that I manage, teams I manage from the bank, things I manage from various projects that my wife and I have several businesses. And one of the businesses is Clear Golding, Clear Dynamics, Capstone Technology. And we have various partnership with various partners we work with collaboratively. For example, in the space of blockchain, right? There are several blockchain technologies that we currently have, and we have different patents. If there's a lab with my team that we have, for example, one of the consensus algorithm was proof of grain, and we have 14 other consensus algorithm. When you talk about blockchain, mostly it's based at the crux of it all has to do with the consensus algorithm with proof of work, proof of stake, or whatever, right? And those things become, immutable.
Yeah, just sorry to cut you here, but I don't want you to miss on the opportunity to kind of just share. You did share with me privately. Hopefully, I'm not letting the cat out of the bag, but you did share with me about the project, the Filecoin. What's that?
Oh, okay, the new Filecoin. So not to bring the cat out of the bag. If you were to go to newfirecoin token.com, NEWFIRECOIN token TOKN.com. Okay, you can get more information on what the new Filecoin project.
But in one word, Mr. Masquire, how does it add value to the continent and us, in the immigrant community?
Yeah. So what the new Filecoin endeavors to do, there's a very disruptive technology that will be sort of like the fourth industrial revolution, based on a technology that's been harnessed by the last 30 years called LENR, or LEPR, low energy particle reaction, low energy nuclear reaction. This is going to be, we are at a precipice of change with this kind of energy that has been harnessed. So cutting through the chase, what that's going to provide for Africa, for example, our energy needs, this technology will help to sort of like level the playing field in terms of cost. Area where we don't have electricity, area where the need to have things, harnessing the power of technology that's 1,000 times more powerful than solar, but 1/1000 of the cost, right? So those are things for mass adoption across the continent that will be able to provide a lot of things that now in terms of, money, for example, you talk about like ACON lighting much of the regions of Africa. But what this leopard technology or learner technology is going to do that to like 100,000 kind of fold. So all aspect of things we do in our home, how we heat our home, or how we cool our home, or how we light our home, or light different kind of areas. This technology will be able to bring things in wide adaptation. And it's not something that is like science fiction. It's something that has been tested now, has been harnessed to come to everyday utility. So what my company or our group is trying to do, the first thing is the new Filecoin has a secure token offering, right? And that secure token offering, which is SEC file from declassification. So we're already up and running. So what that company is doing, we are supporting all of the companies that have access to the patents of this technology. And with my level of engagement with respective companies, we're now looking at how we can forge relationships in the emerging world, in the third world country, because the purpose of this technology serves a greater need in this area in Africa. It's at the forefront of one of the areas that we feel that there's a great need.
Awesome. Yeah, and the next thing I want to ask you is the Africa Chamber of Digital Commerce. Here we describe Africa as the cradle of civilization. We define it scientifically, and that accommodates everyone. So how do you describe Africa? What's Africa to you? How do you describe it?
Well, firstly, like you said, Africa is a cradle of humanity. From both ends. From paleontological standpoint or religious standpoint or whatever your point of view, is, right? With the Lucy, everything has proved, even the genome matrix, are tracing the origin of other mankind. Everything seems that everything originated from Africa, right? And that's something that is incontrovertible, that has been proven. Africa is home to me. Like in my country, Liberia, we say, hey, this is where my neighbor's string was kind of planted, right? How when some tradition or my tradition, when a kid is born, their umbilical cord, when it falls off, the mother keeps it and they go and they bury it on the ground, right? So that's where my neighbor's string was planted. So with that, my heart is ingrained and grounded to Africa. And for the last 20 years, I've done many things with my engagement with the continent. Like I said, firstly, with humanitarianism. Now that we're in the 21st century and I know how technology bridges to your gap, some collaboration that I have done even to one of my mentors who's now at Google, Jason Mills, who I made the introduction of bringing a guy like Jason Mills, who actually went to Uganda, and he's working on an AI project in the AI lab out there in Uganda. And I'm trying to bring Jason Mills so that because he is more into that kind of, that for momentum in doing stuff for Africa. And I'm also forging relationship with JP Morgan. They do a lot of support in minority communities here. So now I'm trying to open another realm, for Africa in an emerging market, because there is a need, that will be beneficial. That will be beneficial on the mutual, the mutual benefits, win-win for everybody. So those are things that I'm working as I speak, behind the scenes. And Eric, as you know, in my vast network, everything that we can do to move us kind of forward in what we're trying to do in a grand scheme of things to build capability. I'm bringing forth all of those individuals and player, to make sure that it will help us accomplish our goals.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Sam Mascara. I think this absolutely aligns with what we, the whole, and the heart of, the vision of, just having, a signature event like the Emergent Africa Forum, which we even themed illuminating Africa and the diaspora nations and communities and what have you. And as a sub, theme of it, we say, hey, we're accelerating investment into, how can we accelerate investments into the continent and even the diaspora community here, leveraging allies and also amazing talents like yourself, people that with ancestral connection to the continent. And there's nothing else I can say, but we're very proud of you. And I just want to give others the opportunity to ask a few questions. And if there's any question, and I'll let our chair of the organizing committee and also the VP communications to, if there's any question, let's have it. And I'm sure Mr. Masquire will do justice to it. if anybody has questions, I know I have, I can see Dr. Sylvanus Ayeni is there, Prince Lekor, Julius, and Kelvin. If you have any question, you can tap it in there, and that's, if you have anything you want to ask. Okay, before the questions, kind of trickle in.
Okay.
What do you think, amongst, here in the diaspora, as people of African descent? We did talk about PPP, and we talked about allies, and what do you think we should be doing more, in addition to what the chamber is doing in highlighting the brilliance of the like of Sylvanus Ayeni, Prince Lekor, and Howard Anglin, and a bunch of others, and kind of just part of that changing of narrative. What do you think from your from your observation? We should be doing more of? And if you could just share a little bit of that, what should you? Yeah.
Okay,
be
so
doing?
firstly, my hat off. Continue doing what you're currently doing. The first thing, right? It's great, with the collaboration to be able to get different groups of individual, with everybody respective busy kind of schedule, and just to be kind of committed and to keep the conversation kind of going, to keep the group organization and commitment kind of going. So that's a good thing, that should become consistent. For me, like I always say, Eric, right? I'm very hands-on, right? Even in capacity where various capacities that I'll serve, or sometimes a solution architect, or where I'm delegating, I like to be hands-on. And one thing that I want us to do, and I've told you that, before, sometimes the conversation that we have had, more so to start building capabilities like ideation kind of labs, things that we can do it in conceptual kind of phases, right? Or kind of proof of concept to start kind of like getting our hands kind of wet, getting the exposure, and then that could be your base, doing all the organizing, but we need to identify various use cases with different needs that we kind of have. And then those ideation lab could be a very kind of start, where we start building capabilities, or we know all of the gaps, have an analysis of things that we'll need to build those capabilities, things that are kind of missing. But I do feel that the next stage is to make sure that things are kind of viable, things are very viable in terms of, for me, so that's where most of us can bring forth that kind of value with the scaffolding of all of the necessary tools that are kind of needed, because that is very crucial, that we can start with our own, and then we build upon it while we're doing what we have been doing forth in the African Chamber of a digital commerce, bringing forth different individuals and leaders of the respective fields.
And full disclosure, Sam Massaquoi also serves as one of the advisory board members as well, which we're absolutely delighted to have you and leverage with you continuously. And thank you for being the brilliance you are, and just continue to do you. And we're really proudly, I will continue to showcase the like of you and others within the community. And the questions are coming in. Okay. So get ready. Sam.
Okay. I thought I was off the hook. I thought I was off the hot seat.
Oh yeah, there's some long. Okay. 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 They're basically asking how can they tap into the corporate, the CSR sports system at the JP Morgan to move knowledge-based, development in Africa. Can you be a conduit for us?
Yes,
it's coming from Sylvanus Ayeni. Let me just read it at him. How can we tap into the corporate social responsibility support system of JP Morgan to move knowledge-based development in Africa? Can you be a conduit for us?
Yes. So,
Professor Sylvanus Ayeni, a neurosurgeon out of Maryland, of Nigerian extraction. We proudly want to also acknowledge that as well. So here you go.
Okay. Yeah. So thanks for asking that question. JP Morgan is the largest bank in America, largest investment bank, and there are myriad of things that they are doing. Some I'm privy to, some I'm not privy to. But the general consensus is lots of collaboration, like I mentioned earlier. They were doing they're pumping tens of billions of dollars, to support STEM education and the likes of those various kind of things. And I'm certain that with emerging nations, and developing nations out there, they're expanding, the tentacles out there to build different capabilities and work collaboratively with this group. So with what I know, with people who I know in the network with the bank, I can serve as a conduit in reaching forth within this extensive network. And then we could start that if there's something that's not already kind of going on, but I know there's different things and different projects that they were doing in communities here, serving minorities or undeserved population of those that are lacking the basic fundamentals, to be able to compete on the same level. But I can definitely, well, as I mentioned earlier, right? I had started the introduction with one of the general manager in the firm, with ACOFDC. So the introduction was kind of made, and he's very kind of busy, but he's somebody who is very connected in the firm and can get a lot of things kind of going. And I have very good relationship with him. So it's my job to do the follow-up session with he and Eric. And then he can give good guidance. If he's not directly involved, he would definitely tell us exactly where to go and who to meet with the expansive areas within the bank, the various gatekeepers of people. So I can continue in that capacity.
Sam, message to the chair of JP Morgan. Next year, we want to see a big picture of him smiling here. JP Morgan with a beautiful check coming to us as a sponsorship.
Eric, let me just say one thing to you and everybody who's part of this August event. That is something the bank looks forward to. They might be looking, but they might not be receiving, the need, right? Because I don't want to say, hey, my bank is doing much more to facilitate STEM education in communities that are kind of lacking. But I know we are, because I follow different press releases from various organizations. So we're very active. Those are things that they want to do. So we have to be more assertive to make sure that we're following up, and be more assertive to make sure that we're engaging with the right people. Because the funding, is there. There's tens of billions of dollars that goes on claim for these intended purpose for the bank that they do kind of annually. And Africa, is an area, the continent with all that, the value that it poses and the opportunity is emerging. So most definitely, we need to be more assertive, in getting everybody aligned from the bank. And in answering the question, I'll be more than willing, with what I've already started, to be a conduit to facilitate that endeavor.
Absolutely awesome. That's a fantastic question. Answer. And I will definitely facilitate for you to get connected with Professor Ayeni.
Okay.
And as part of what we believe in the chamber is we continue to facilitate and also just be just continue to encourage one another, friends and allies, to connect, lean on each other and create constantly in a communion of just friendship and also elevating one another. With that said, Sam, this has been an incredible, a great opportunity that I will cherish. This is our first EAF, and this will. I'm glad I was able to. I get the opportunity as a good friend and also someone that serves on the board of the advisory board of the chamber to do this fireside chat with you. Thank you for your time, and continue to be the amazing you that you are, and we'll continue to leverage you, and we thank you for being here virtually, and hopefully next year is going to be at the big convention center. We can have you here, and then we're able to interact with a whole lot of people in the community and all over the world. Thank you, Mr. Sam Massaquoi, and I'll give you a good 1 minute to kind of just, to get make your last statement, right? And then we round it off.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much, Eric. Thank you, the hardworking board, the organizer, Vitalis, those who had not mentioned. I know it took a lot of thoughts, consideration, time to plan this event, and it's been very successful. The first one, and no remits of kind of COVID. So the team level of success had off to the board of the members who made it Emily possible. So it's an honor and a privilege for me to be here, to be given the window. Actually, I was scheduled to speak on Wednesday, but I want to thank the board for finding time to bring me kind of back, and the thing that I want to say when you ask the question, what does Africa mean to me? And I say, like in my country, we say, hey, my neighbor's train was kind of planted there. So that means that I'm perpetually and forever bind, to Africa, all things Africa to move us kind of forward. And I would do everything humanly possible to aid and abet that progression with what I've started doing, serving on the advisory board, also doing agreement, with the Quantum Consortium to help, with any sovereign projects, via African Chamber of Digital Commerce or any other projects that we're aligned. I'm always ready, we'll always find the time and to be of great value and resource, and to also bring more people in my network to move up, kind of forth. And lastly, Eric, like I've always said, I'm not somebody who just want to talk, but to always walk the walk, more of what I term things to be more like palpable. And one thing that I have said is that even for the African Chamber of Digital Commerce, all the great work that we're doing, I'm looking at how viable it is now, to have various ideation kind of lab, because there's lots of things we can do with technology. And my job, some of the things that I do is building teams. The firm send me, I go to different cities or with different groups, and I build capability, to be able to compete in the 21st century. We might not be able to do everything with the vast resources that bank kind of has, but lots of things are available now. And with the resource and knowledge that most of us kind of have who are part consultant and advisors, we should start pushing forward, right? Or start laying the groundwork, and we can say, hey, we're having all these meetings, we're doing all these things, we're aligning with all these respective parties, governments, stakeholders, etc. But this is the ideation lab. So people, every time we come, we can showcase what we have done to move forward against various use cases and various needs. And me coming from the background of machine learning, AI, blockchain, or whatever, that's something that will work, hand in hand. So again, I'm looking forward to, serving, wanting to be the conduit in wherever, capacity. And again, it's an honor, and I'm thankful for everybody. Everyone, please be safe with your respective family. We're in COVID. I know it took time people to come out there, flying wherever they flew from, and to be able to make this event. So I thank you all for attending and making this a fruitful event. So I thank you all, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Mr. Simon Sequoia. This has been an amazing opportunity. Okay. And good night.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, bye.
And cut. Yes, I'll give you the. Should we tell them to open up the cameras? Yeah, should they open up their cameras? If you're watching, Prof. Sylvanus, any others, if you want to open up your cameras, you can. Last remark, right?
Yeah, just
okay.
closing remarks here.
Everybody, if you want to join the virtual attendees, you can open up your cameras, and as we hear from the VP Communications, and also the VP Communications and an amazing, Vitalis, Tita, and everyone here attending from Edo, Mr. Howard Anglin, and we have Mark flying in from New York, and others that are taking their breaks and all this. And this is absolutely a pleasure to introduce Vitalis, Tita.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that. Bring this down to my level. It's been awesome. Well, thank you so much. My name is Vitalis Chita, and I serve in the capacity as the VP Communication here at the African Chamber of Digital Commerce. And my good friend Eric here has been nothing but a pal, and we've been blessed with the opportunity to serve and putting together this conference or event. I just want to be straightforward and tell you all that, you know, I am so blessed. It's an honor for me to sit here and be called the organizing chair of this event. It's a great privilege for me, and to see the likes of technology experts in great investors and dignitaries from different parts of this country and the world to be here and participate with us. It's really a true honor for me to be on this stage. This is a world stage because the Twin Cities Startup Week is the second largest startup week in North America, and we're sitting on that stage right now, and folks are watching all over the world, and they're streaming in different platforms. And so the word is going out, and the word that is going out is that Africa is part of the world players when it comes to technology. We are in this event been successful in illuminating Africa and also the diaspora. There's a lot out there that's happening, but a lot of people don't know about it. And so the Africa Chamber of Digital Commerce is serving in that capacity as that space where we can all bring together our ideas, right? It serves as a confluence of ideas and be able to showcase that to the rest of the world. So for that, I'm very grateful. I just want to acknowledge some people that were very instrumental in making sure that this is a successful event. And I want to acknowledge and appreciate the generosity, first of all, and the selfless sacrifice of the volunteers, the people that came together as part of the organizing team. There's so many of you. I can't list all your names here, but you know who you are. Just know that we appreciate you very, very much. Thank you for teaming with us in that partnership to bring forth an event like this. I just want to call some few individuals and entities here, if you will permit me. So I want to express gratitude to the Twin Cities Startup Week organizers and the parent company, Better, for allowing us to be able to host our events on this platform and during this Twin Cities Startup Week. We are very grateful to you. Grateful because you really kind of worked with us and you were very upfront and very personal and very available and resourceful. And that really made our events to be successful as it is. I also want to thank Dr. Chinedu, the CEO of Village Seed Ventures, our very own Professor Kelly Moore Kingsley out of the Cameroon, and also the CEO of Prima Microfinance, and is also as the author of the book that was just launched here today. So I want to also thank Mr. Kelvin Giraji. As a matter of fact, that's one instrumental man that has played multiple roles in making sure that this event works as it is today and has been for the past couple of days. Thank you, Kelvin, for your selfless work. And I want to also thank my CEO, my president here of the chamber, Mr. Eric Kaigama. You've been a wonderful, wonderful ally, and we've worked together to bring this event. But your leadership is what I really admire and applaud. So thank you so much for.
Thank you. It has been an absolutely a great honor and a pleasure as well. So it's ours, as we say every day when we connected. You know, it's about changing the mindset, and you can preach about mindset if you you yourself don't exemplify or try to cultivate it, or even try to showcase it. So it's absolute pleasure.
Yep, thank you. And we are here to change the trajectory of where Africa is going. We have here gathered in the past couple of days, smart minds that are very heavy in knowledge, in experience, and they've all shared that with you on this platform. So we can comfortably say that we've started a new history, a new trajectory for Africa in terms of development, leveraging emerging technology in this case. So that has begun, and you all have been witnesses to that. So for that, we are grateful. And so tomorrow you can be able to testify that this is how it all started. And we are opening up the doors. Say, hey, come on in. Let's do this together. The Emerging African Forum is a signature event of the African Chamber of Digital Commerce. So the parent company here is the African Chamber of Digital Commerce. And we are all about leveraging technology to bring about development. So we serve as a catalyst, and we always say we're in the business of other people's businesses. So if you are a business owner, or if you are somebody who's enthusiastic about bringing development to the continent, or even here in the diaspora as well, if you want to leverage technology to advance yourself and your business, the chamber serves as that opportunity, a safe place for us, right? Ours, we own it. Absolutely. We feel free, we're comfortable to share and explore and tap into the resources that we have. And believe me, there are plenty of resources out there. We don't just know it, but there's power in when we come together. So this is what we stand for. And so I invite you to join us every Friday. We have one of our signature event called the Meet and Greet. Come in there every Friday. You can just visit our website, Africa Chamber of Digital Commerce. You can search us on Google, you find us, but you can go on our event webpage right now. It's called imagineafricanforum.com. Find more details about this event, learn about our partners, our supporters, and also some other resources, and connect with us at the info@acofdcinc.org. Send us an email. You can reach out to me as well, right? Absolutely, yeah, you can reach me, vitalis@acofdcinc.org. And I will get back to you as soon as possible. We always check in those emails. Yeah, absolutely. But you can also join us on our virtual secretariat. This is something unique with the chamber, I must say, Mr.
247.
Yeah, 247. You can come in there. It's a way that we've kind of encouraged folks to not follow this whole mundane way of bureaucracy where you have to get appointments and stuff like that. We've created something that is comfortable. Sit in your room, in your pajamas, even lie in your bed. You can come into the virtual secretariat and we can have a conversation.
Absolutely.
We can talk about what you have. We can lean into your ideas. You can also learn what we're doing and see where we can find a synergy, working together, develop our continent as well.
And so, and before you kind of just, I know before you land there, I also want to make sure we acknowledge the wifeys, and before we get into trouble.
I was getting there. Oh yes, I won't even get home before I get a phone call, right? To our amazing, beautiful wives who allowed us to be able to do this. Without them, without the support, we burned so many midnight candles, right? And we've stayed away from family. And they picked up the tabs on some of the kids' responsibility, just to allow us to be able to do this. So for that, we're very grateful to them. So thank you, sweethearts. So
thank you, and the kids as well.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Oh, this has been amazing. And I would just end here by saying, please, this is just the beginning. Next year is going to be bigger and better. So right here in Minneapolis is the Emerging African Forum 2022. Get ready for that. As soon as this event is done, we are going to be churning out a lot of information about that, just to get you head start, to get you ready and prepared, so you become, you can be a part of this. We don't want anybody to miss out on this one.
And if you oblige me, Chair, let me kind of just name names here.
Yeah.
Kelvin Jiraji, Sharon Odukama, Julius Kagama, and the likes of Aisha. Abbas,
Prince Lacan.
Prince Lacan. We also have, Silvana Zayani. We have Howard Anglin. We have, in Tunisia, we have the likes of, Aisha Jaridi. We have over in Mauritania, we have, Maha Jouini. We have, the brilliant two, Yannicka and Tina out of Estonia. We have just many more. Prince, a namesake of, Prince Leko out of Port Harcourt. All those, what we're trying to do is to encourage people to create that platform of constantly, some of us in the diaspora are interacting consistently and leverage it, to build Africa. So we're looking forward to sharing more initiatives, rural industrial zone, ideation lab, and all those things with the friends and all the people that have come, to support us. We intend to leverage as we, what will come out of this is a framework on how we can leverage that in the initiatives and also the special project. 3.5 million Africans train our pilot project and train the trainer has started to train about 1 million Africans. Nigeria is a pilot country. We have the stakeholder buy-in, and we have a team with Umar Dabai, software engineer out of Nigeria, leading the team. You will get to know, and we're going to share more about those projects and our initiatives we've embarked on. So thank you, and I nudge it back to Vitalis to close
Thank you.
it.
And since we're naming names, I'm not naming names here, but I'm just gonna thank our moderators. Like the virtual moderators were just like on fire, and the in-person moderators. Wow, Mr. Howard England, our host for the past 3 days, Mr. Edo Mwenda. Thank you so much, sir. And Mark, you're here as a guest. Wow, you poured so much into our minds.
That's the Diaspora Digital Bank, block apps. Expect more to come. There's an MOU signed already with block apps, to power some of our initiatives.
That's wonderful.
Stay tuned.
Thank you for the partnership, sir. Appreciate that. And all our guests, right? All the panelists and the folks that showed up in our fireside chats, Sama Sakwai, Kada Anglin, Christian Roma, and a whole host of them. So thank you so much for coming and honoring our invitation and giving to the people selflessly. So with that said, my name is Vitalis Tita. I am the VP Communication here at the Chamber, and I'm honored to be the chair of the EAF 2021. With that said, I'm going to give it over now to the president of the Chamber, Mr. Eric Kagama.
Thank you, Vitalis. I'm going to keep it short. I think you've covered most of the things that we need to cover, and I appreciation to the likes of Edo, Howard, Anglin, and others that we've already mentioned. What we intend, this thing, what's going to manifest out of this partnership, concrete, solutions that we can work on, to be deployed, on the continent or even our immigrant community here. So thank you for the support. And as Vitalis said, it's going to be bigger and better next year. And stay blessed, and just see you here or somewhere maybe bigger in 2022. And let's continue to have that conversation. Let's continue to illuminate. Let's continue to be that safe space for people of African descent and also allies to commune and just power Africa and make Africa work for the majority of its citizens. And thank you, and reach out and have a good night. Thank you,
everybody.
Yeah. Thank you. And sorry, I get to mention you.
Oh, our cameraman. Oh man.
And people are still watching though, it's still live.
No, we have to do it. We have to do it. Hey, come back. I have to do this. Oh my God. I have to just special thank and a shout out to my main man here, Mr. Stephen Gang. He's been please come here. You got to be on this camera. Folks got to see you, man. Come on. You got to put in the word. Come on, sit down. Yeah. So Stephen has been a great inspiration in our community. This guy motivates people, but that's not what I want to thank him from. I want to thank him for the great work that he's done here today, covering the video and the audio in this on this event for the past 3 days. Amazing job. I couldn't think of anybody else who can do this but him. He is renowned and he's a top professional, one of the best I've known. So I'm just honored that he accepted the invitation, even have the time to be here to cover this event. So thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. If you can just take a minute and just, I want people to know your business and what you do, because it is quality and people need to know about that.
Thank you so much. I mean, there's a lot that we do, but to put it in like 3 words, we actualize imagination. So we come to you and bring you your ideas to life, from print to digital, from offline through media, through user experience, all the stuff. We help you bring them to life. So in 3 words, we're Nice Guys Corporation and we actualize your imaginations.
Where can we find you?
NiceGuysCorporation.com. Find us there. We're based uptown in Minneapolis, and whatever ideas that you have, bring them to us. Be it video work, be it, like I said,
awesome.
If you think of something, there's a chance that we can, through our network or through in-house resources, we can help you bring them to fruition.
There you go.
Thank you.
See? One-stop shop. They got all the resources, folks. So please reach out to them. NiceGuysCorporations.com. Thank you, Mr. Stephen, for helping us out here with this event.
Hey, thanks again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A group shot. Ooh.
I know Christian has to, right? Okay. Awesome.